All right. Let's move on from this because you might be wondering what the distraction could be about. And this is definitely something that is an ongoing incident, an ongoing back and forth. Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the Big Booty Cheeks Bill. Big Booty Cheeks Bill, 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 Booty Cheeks Bill. Let's get into some of the meat and potatoes of this Big Booty Bill. I call it Big Booty Bill because his booty is booty cheeks. But.
You say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. More.
It's Big Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Booty Bill. Don't worry, I'm gonna talk about the Big Booty Cheeks Bill. Huh? Ni gör på dagarna. Ni sitter där äventyr och spelar dolta. Vi sitter här i väntan, spelar lite dolta. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this Dawson our broadcast coming to you live from somewhat gloomy San Francisco, California, folks. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I am not on a yacht. Yes, the camera is ass. We are going to solve it. It's just ass currently because I am coming to you live from. I'm not in home station. Okay, I'm not at home base. And this fucking tour has ruined my life. And we're on tour. We're on Fear and tour, and as is the case always with you know anything that we do with the whole team, with the whole crew, there's just like a million moving parts. and therefore a million ways to brick the setup. So yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Obviously, it's 8/21, very special day on the broadcast in 2019. This is when I got canceled, like my first big cancellation. Okay. This was my first major cancellation day. And yeah. Why is my man in the cloning facility in Camino? Yeah, now get him out of the way. You're in gay purgatory. Austin is a gatekeeper. I'm already in a terrible mood. I'll be honest with you from the start, right off the rip. But we're gonna try to fix it. We're gonna try to fix the terrible mood. Why are you always staying in glammed up hotel rooms? Goddamn, this is just a fucking normal hotel room. What are you talking about? Anyway, listen. It's a special day, though. You already know what it is. It's a special day. It's a Friday, so we're starting with immaculate vibes regardless.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday.
With immaculate vibes regardless, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. And you already know this champagne socialist and all of the caviar communists know all around the world that our forefathers in the labor movement fought long and hard to ensure that we can celebrate this beautiful day, this joyous occasion. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Go to San Rafael, eat at a place called Soul Food Amazing. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't have any time. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's freaking Friday. It's effed up Friday. You already know what's up. The vibes are immaculate. The mood is great. Or at least I'm going to make sure that the mood is great, even if it's not. Okay? Even if the mood is not currently as great as it could be, I'm going to make sure that we are going to be optimistic. I'm going to make sure that the mood is great. But yeah, it is 8/21. It is 8/21/2026.
You know what I'm about to say?
Special day.
Yes, I can look at some.
The special day. A day that will live in infamy. Scott walking into Ainsley, bro. What is this? Okay, we'll look at it in a second. Any interest in working with Troy Jackson? I would love to bring you up to him and see what he says. Troy's a boomer. I don't really know him. I highly doubt that he would want anything to do with me. It's Maine. I highly doubt that his team. I don't know who his team is. If his campaign staff or if his campaign is led by old school Maine Democratic Party consultants, they are going to lure me into Maine just to shoot and kill me. They would probably bring me into Maine just to assassinate me. They put me out back and be like, yeah, come, let's do this Troy Jackson rally. And then they would take me out back and put a bullet to the back of my head and end the DNC battle, the DNC struggle once and for all. They would probably ice pick me, Trotsky style, like I'm exiled in Mexico. Because, let's be real, Maine might love me. The voters might, enjoy my presence. But if his team is run by, as I suspect, an OG like Biden campaign person, they would rather assassinate me. They would rather ice pick me in the dome than to ever allow me or to ever, ask for my services. I feel like you've given this bit a little bit too much thought. Yes, I think, and I mean this sincerely, I think the Democratic Party consultants and members of the DNC, not lower ranking members, people that are in this community that are obviously a part of the staffer class, a part of the campaigns, but old Democrat consultants would literally want me assassinated, murdered, hanged before even the Republicans do. So yeah, is SF a city or an HOA? We're in America. Everyone is a homeowners
I have not campaigned with Mr.
Who is this? Kiki Palmer talked about.
Piker.
Would you want him to campaign with you?
I don't really know who Mr. Piker is. I've heard about him.
I hate to say it. I hope I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is. I mean, he could be walking down the street. I wouldn't.
No, dude, it's a meme, chatters. This is a classic Kiki Palmer meme from a Vanity Fair. God, you guys got duped. He hates black women? Question mark, question mark. I'm not even sure why it's a question. Yeah, no, definitely. Your outfit is the perfect for the latest Wall Street Journal. Americans socialists are China maxing now. The online left gawks at the Chinese industry, yet scoffs at progress at home. I'm literally wearing the same suit that I'm wearing in this photo. So yes. Playlist for later. Thank you, Themasius. Anyway, we got nothing else going on in my life. There's nothing in my personal news. I ended the broadcast at a reasonable hour yesterday. I went and I watched American Doctor. I wasn't a chud ass loser. I went and I watched American Doctor, and it was exceptional. It was emotional. It made me so angry at times. I can't believe that I just, like, in my career, I get to meet such impressive, such heroic individuals like Feroz, Tyre, Mark as well. I met him last night, Mark Perlmutter. So it's maddening for sure. Especially there's like a final credit sequence. There's a final credit sequence in the end where it's like it's masterfully done. Where it definitely right here. What do you? The HDMI is here and the charger is here. All right, camera's here, chat. Right? This has to be the charger, I suspect. Hopefully it'll work. I see David has swapped some things around. But yeah, I don't know what this is. This requires it's a rail. Does it have the rail underneath it? Okay. I don't think that. Is that it? Okay. Anyway. Are you in heaven? Why are you streaming from Clouds of Paradise? Yeah, I'm in heaven. So you getting surgery done? Yeah, I'm gonna become the ultimate mogler. I'm mog maxing. But yeah, so
Cade.
You know, I had interviewed Dr. Tahir Ahmad and also Feroz Sidwa a couple days ago.
Yeah.
All right. American Doctor, hopefully coming to a theater near you.
Oh, and Hasan, sorry, but you have the backing of all of the doctors and nurses that went to Gaza. Any way we can support you. Your voice is so important. Please keep doing what you're doing.
No, it's vice versa. I should support you guys. I'm good. I'm doing all right, you know? But thank you.
We're here for each other.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Good to be
And
back.
I'll probably see you guys at the. You're going to be at the screening, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So yeah, we went to the screening last night. We watched it. There was like a little Q&A and an interview afterwards, and it's an incredible movie. I said the last like ending sequence, the clip compilation in the ending sequence was so maddening. I basically I said, watch American Doctor, even the end sequence alone, and tell me you don't want to dismantle the apartheid state and punish the perpetrators of genocide. It's good. It's powerful. It's got white people in it as well. You know, it shows you three varying perspectives that all obviously unite under the banner of anti-genocide. So I think that's also very valuable. And I think it's one of those movies that like you can show white people and they'll watch it and they'll be like, this is terrifying. Like I had no idea what it was like. This is unbelievable. I can't believe this kind of violence is going on, this bloodshed that we've contributed to. In any case, did the doctors get asked if they condemn Hassan Piker? Yeah, I don't think doctors who have experienced the genocidal ambitions of the Israeli occupying forces are ever going to turn around and condemn someone like myself. So no, good joke though. I get it. In any case, so where was I? The three blue sky Hasanabi heads are going crazy. Wait, really? That's just you. Where was I? You are so bright. I know. I know. The fucking camera is gonna be. The camera is going to switch in a second. Okay, just shut the fuck up. How about that? How about shut the fuck up? Shut your stupid fucking face up. Shut your stupid fucking mouth up, and just enjoy the show before I fucking turn it off. Okay, how about that? Jesus Christ, dude. Any little tweak. Any little goddamn tweak, and everybody fucking blows a gasket. Okay? I'm in heaven. I died. I killed myself. Okay? Because I couldn't stand the micromanager in the motherfucking chat. Anyway. Today's the first day of the tour. It's great. It's great so far. Fucking great. Anyway, yeah, I went and I watched American Doctor. It was remarkable. It was very good, and it's very emotional. And I highly recommend you guys go check it out. I highly recommend you guys go watch it. And then after that, I went to sleep. I woke up early, 5 a.m., got on a flight, flew out here to San Francisco. I had enough sleep. It's not that. It's just like, but when we move shit around, and we have like a whole crew for the tour, and we have all this. Is it connected? All right, let me try to. It's not connected to the computer though. You didn't connect it to the. It's not. Well, it's not working. It's gonna be okay. All right, we'll figure it out. The Magewell is not reading it at all. I don't know. No, it's not. Hold on. Well, it might now. Hold on. Let's see. Nope. I keep activating and deactivating it, and it's not. The lighting is not that bad, all things considered. No, it's ass. You don't have to say that. You don't have to lie. We're gonna fix it right now, eventually. You're streaming through a proxy, maybe BRB screen and restart OBS? No. That is not an issue. So it's all connected. Where's the mage well? It's supposed to be directly connected. And the camera's on and everything? Yeah. So why is it not fucking working? Here, I'll just disconnect it one more time. I'm gonna see you tonight. Hell yeah, chatter. No, it's just it's there. I just deactivate it, reactivate it. It's just not showing up. It's just when I turn it on, it doesn't turn on. There's no way because yeah, it's supposed to be on movie mode. Okay, you have to call David. You have to call David and ask him what the fuck he's did with this. Otherwise, I'm just gonna, yeah, just route it directly to the yeah. Fuck this Magewell bullshit. Yeah, it's supposed to be that one, the one on the left. Let's see if this is even. Of course, it's not working. Of course, it's not fucking working. The Magewell does not. I mean, the Magewell's there, but it's just not showing up when we connect the camera. And then do what? All right, reconnect it. What? What is he saying? It's there. It's been there. I can always find it. Okay. It's just it doesn't activate. It doesn't show anything. Yeah. It's integrated camera, USB capture for HDMI 4K plus. It's just not reading it. Okay. Oh. So we just have to re-add it as a source every single time? That's crazy. Okay, this is not framed properly. I guess this is fine. No, it's fine. I can do it on my own. All right, thank you. Oops. Wait, what? What is happening? Where'd it go? What? Oh, okay. Okay, we're fine. We'll just use it like this. We'll just use it like this. Fuck it. Who cares? Fuck it. We do it live every time, you know? We do it live every time, chat. Every goddamn time. Okay. 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 All right. We're good. You need that on the soundboard? Yeah, sure. I need a lot of things. Yeah, let me bring a fucking soundboard here when I go on. Let me bring a soundboard with me everywhere I go. So there's another thing that I can freak out over. That's another point of failure. Okay. Can you make it a little bit brighter? I'm going to ban you for the day. Why are you being sarcastic? That's a great idea. Okay. For as parasocial as you guys are, I don't think a single one of you understands the technical know-how required to make this fucking thing work. Okay? And also on top of that, the camera frame rate is off. And that's why when I move around, it's ass cheeks. So I have to fix that myself as well, because Hannah doesn't know how to do any of that stuff. I do, but doing it live is very frustrating. Anyway. It's the shutter speed. Yeah. You're right. You're right about it being the shutter speed. Basically, what happened is, for those of you who are wondering why it's so ass cheeks up in here, I'm fucking out of focus now. Jesus Christ, dude. Nothing is working. Why is it like this? God is punishing me every fucking day. God is punishing me every goddamn day. I am a sinner. I deserve nothing. I deserve everything I get. Okay? I am just a fucking horrible person who deserves it. I'm a piece of shit. All right. Oh my God. I don't know if this is like autism. I don't know what it is. I just like... Tour day one going well. No, you don't understand. Like I want to die. It's like every minor tweak that just like every little thing that is just like every little thing that goes wrong is a disaster. It's an absolute unbearable disaster that makes me go fucking insane. It makes me go goddamn insane. Why did you agree to the tour if y'all were going to complain? I lost a bet, dude. It's not a secret. I lost a fucking bet. It was very public. I very publicly got duped by Austin, as you guys know. What do you mean? Anyway. All right, let's continue. I lost the, name the gay game that we did, the gaydar game that we did, and that's it. That's why we're doing the tour. Everything still looks better than most room setups, law. Okay, whatever. All right, all right. You in my city, you need to check in with me or else Daniel Lurie's bodyguards will find you. Yeah, maybe they'll find me and fucking end my life. Okay. Day 24 of reminding Hasanabi he still owes us gaming from Francesa's stream. Friends flop doesn't count. Okay. Take a day off. 1 day for you. 24 hours. I have done numerous gaming streams since then. So... Anyway, where do we begin? I didn't even blast off yet. Yeah, personal news-wise, that's it. I'm here. Everything that could have gone wrong in the process, as is the case, usually has gone wrong. But I'm in San Francisco nonetheless. I think the most beautiful city in California, or like the coolest city in California, which is unfortunately inhabited by I mean, it's populated by some of the worst neo-fascist tech feudal warlords. Every goddamn aspect of the city is caked with AI ads. It just feels like you enter a totally different environment. You know how like everybody has tremendous amounts of anger towards data centers and Flock? This is the city where it's like, no, Flock is awesome. Data centers are the best. I love data. I'm data center David. Yeah. But yeah, that's where we're at. Now it was the exact opposite right up until the 2000s. Yeah, the tech boom has given this state tremendous amounts of revenue, but at the same time has like absolutely destroyed the beauty and seeks to eradicate what remains of the beauty of this state and this city as well. It's an interesting predicament because it's cool. It's cool. San Francisco's really cool. It's like a real city. If you visit, you're like, wow, there's so much culture here. There's so much community here. There's robust public transit here, which is fantastic. But then you're like, oh, its inhabitants, its current new inhabitants have slowly pushed out the previous inhabitants and have turned this into a feudal tech dystopia. Anyway, Fear and Tour begins. I'm in San Francisco. Throw out the tech bros. Shout out Dolores Park, real third places. Yeah, sure. And a lot of our iconic cultural spots have been forced out of business because the landlords sold to the land developers to build condos. Yeah, and now you have Daniel Lurie, and people love him. And he is a billionaire and a puppet of the tech feudal overlords. And yet, seemingly, the libbed up new San Francisco loves the shit out of him. That to me shows like where the current attitude, like what the current San Francisco population has become, attitude wise. Does it feel good to be close to Nancy Pelosi? Yeah, this is Nancy Pelosi town. It makes total sense why Nancy Pelosi runs the show around these parts. They never give us cool futuristic stuff. It's all dystopian trash. Yes, because everything, and I mean everything here, is designed for the almighty dollar. Everything is designed around maximizing profits, maximizing super profits for parasitic capital. It's not, it may give you a modest improvement in your life in the interim. But that's it. I said beings. Oh, God. What am I doing? When you're always on, and when you're always on camera, you have to be on all the time. And it's so fucking annoying that sometimes I'm just not on. You know? Sometimes I'm simply not on it. And it kind of sucks when you're not on it because you're not on it in front of tens of thousands of individuals, many of which are praying for your downfall. I would love to pay attention, but you're wearing that suit reminded me of how Mao killed millions of people. Yeah. Crazy close-up of Trump's hand. I saw. It's trigger warning. This is necrotic flesh withering away. Pull up the DSA SF headquarters and squash the beef, please. I don't have any beef with DSA San Francisco. They are forced to live in San Francisco in its current iteration. They have experienced a modest amount of success and then watch it get ripped away from their hands. I understand how traumatic that is. You know, it's like DSA San Francisco is what it feels like in a localized version of what it feels like to like get Bernie Sanders elected as president and then have the fascists take over like right after. They remove him from office and then the fascist plot works like FDR style. And then everyone around them is like, this is actually awesome. And we love that the fascists have taken over. So no matter what kind of beef they might have with me, I don't think they do. I don't think many of the rank and filers do. But I will say this. I can't get mad at them. Your lip slop video is doing well. Oh, yeah, of course. Natalie Harp's family is concerned for her. 151,000 views in 15 hours. God damn, we are pumping them out. She's switching sides to stop universal health care. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 videos we've uploaded in one day. No, 7, 8. 8 videos in one day. What the fuck? We are going crazy mode. Lip slop is great. It brings the new libs in. I agree. We're going to keep doing lip slop. Don't you worry. Lip slop is always lip slop is always good. Where was I? What was I talking about? More 2004 era dem slop, please. I've never heard anybody say we want more lib slop. That's actually crazy. BD reacts to your reaction to the Chinese movie. Top political commentator on BD. He wanted to collab during your China trip. Do you now understand what I mean by the neutral path is the bloodier path? If we take Hassan's view seriously, we need to find a way to shut up this person who thinks being pro-China gives him the right to criticize and offer advice to China. If we can't do that, it'll be hard to stick to our current path, which is more rational and compassionate. To make the Iraqis speak up, we need to make the American white left and white right shut up. This is already filmed with restraint to ensure it could be released. There's hardly any direct depiction. Yeah, the netizens are mad at me. If we actually make you Chinese food, you'll say it's too salty. Both sides want China to understand them, but who's going to understand us? It's too hard for us, okay? Every day we're being watched, smeared, stabbed in the back, and then when something happens, you come to hold court, say something. I've reached the age where I can understand both the director and Hasan. The only flaw in this movie is that it feels a little bit like Attack on Titan. It describes everything about our war, but avoids offering answers. If you just want to go to the cinema and spend money on the experience, it's great. To be fair, Chinese anti-Japanese war films, there are occasionally individual Japanese soldiers portrayed in a relatively positive light, which is a very normal narrative technique. Anyways, China's national power rises, the whole world would inevitably look up to, draw closer to, and want to analyze and learn from China's path to becoming a stronger nation. It's funny that this guy is like, we need to shut this guy up. He just because he's pro-China doesn't mean that he is allowed to criticize China. It's like, no, I'm allowed to have my opinions. That's so funny. Because Hassan's own country is one of the parties involved, he definitely has a stance. And then the trend on foreign websites recently has been hoping we target Benjamin Netanyahu. The old videos of Wang Yi and Benjamin Netanyahu keep resurfacing and going viral. Hasan is this bloodthirsty? I don't think the movie intends to conduct a moral trial or take a political stance. It simply expresses a common person's desire for peace. I'm bloodthirsty. I'm bloodthirsty for saying that, you know, in a story that you can, in a story about American TikTok comments be like TSAF, rose wilt emoji, and Chinese bitty comments are like, to be fair, the critique as it stands with regards to the aforementioned matter. Yeah. Chinese netizens are still goated at posting. They're so verbose. To seek truth from facts, old China is now achieving the greatest development through trade. So I hope everyone will enjoy the benefits of China's economic growth by minimizing costs and maximizing gains. If trade cannot achieve significant development due to external interference, the traditional grand narrative for small folk perspective is indeed hard for foreigners to understand. The background for me is that a lot of these post-Wolf Warrior blockbuster Chinese movies kind of suck. There are still great Chinese films that is being buried under these kinds of overproduced stuff. Well, we'll see. I'm going to watch it, and then I'll give you my honest take. Your opinion about the movie was pretty libbed up, to be honest. Wait, what? Libbed up American style or libbed up Chinese style? Because the Chinese liberals think the movie actually criticizes America too much. Remember, liberalism in China is right-wing. Chinese liberals watched that movie and thought it criticized America too much. I'm saying it didn't criticize America enough. If anything, I'm closer to the Chinese left position, not the Chinese right position. I mean, I guess liberalism in America is right-wing too, technically, but I guess adjusted to our current conditions, adjusted to where the masses are politically and how they self-identify, liberalism, unfortunately, is seen as communism in this country. Maybe they're just mad because you're criticizing China at all. Yes, of course. Of course, that's a big part of it, for sure. You have to remember Chinese netizens learned Marx and Hegel in second grade? Yes. Fix your fucking bullshit game. How are these players allowed to keep their account? Fucking useless. This game is so stupid. It's jungle versus jungle. Just fix your fucking game. Jesus Christ. How does Chinese right compare to U.S. moderate? Okay. One thing that you guys have to understand, okay? One thing that you guys have to understand is this. No matter which government formation or which ideology you exist under, you're inevitably going to, grow somewhat resentful or be very critical of it in either direction. Okay? It's normal. We are not unique here in the United States of America with our attitude towards our government. Like, if you grew up in a communist country under single-party communist rule, all of the economic struggles that you experience, you are going to inevitably blame communism for. For example, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because it's like Cuba. There are plenty of young Cubans that have only known poverty, isolation for the rest of the world, and they, lay the blame squarely on the hands of the government and the Communist Party and also the economic system. There's always a wanting for something else, a wanting for something more, unless you are the hegemonic superpower and you are able to give bountiful treats to your citizens unconditionally because you are exploiting the rest of the world in order to keep up a quality of life for even some of the poorer citizens in your country. And of course, I'm referencing America, right? My Cuban dad is like that. I'm also Cuban native. And as soon as I stepped into the U.S., I got tremendously radicalized. Yeah. Because, yeah, it's not dissimilar to why DSA is rising in prominence here in the United States of America right now. It's not shocking to me that it's ironic because the Wall Street Journal article and like many other, at least like somewhat clever thinkers have identified why there's so much China maxing going on in America, because they look at China's trajectory as a positive one and they look at the American trajectory and their own current conditions and they recognize how negative it is. You understand? And that's the reality. No matter what happens, no matter where you are in the world, if your economic conditions are getting worse, if your material circumstances are worsening, then you are eventually going to seek out alternatives. So, for example, in places like China, the right wing, the Chinese liberals, not in the rural countryside, usually the liberals that live in big cities that might have a problem with job attainment because there's a lot of educated youth in China, and there's a significant amount of youth unemployment in China, and they live in these big cities and they get frustrated and they're like, oh, we should liberalize further, or they might be frustrated in many instances with like some of the more repressive elements of the state, social issues, things of that nature. Yes, China also is running into elite overproduction problems right now. Do I have faith in the Chinese government to overcome this problem? Absolutely. But lazy ass kids, come on, man. You think that's the problem? That's so funny. This is such a funny attitude to have, to be like to be like a chud, but to be like a right-wing chud, but for China. Them goddamn lazy ass kids with their avocado toast. But Chinese, they're all out there spending their money on avocado toast. Lemafeo, no, come on, you don't think that's a real take? I don't know. Some people do that. But the point I'm trying to make is the best possible way to overcome these sorts of issues. The best possible way to overcome these sorts of issues is good policy. Okay? That's how you do it. You design a system that will identify these problems and seek to solve them. Right? I have faith that the Chinese government is very responsive to issues like this because they're very sensitive to anything that breeds rebellion, right? So I suspect that they are working on it. I don't know how, but that is a real problem. In any case, we will be talking a little bit about China in a little bit. But I wanted to show you that the brain rot, the Fox News boomer brain rot, has reached the TikTok debates. Here's Dean Withers having to deal with someone whose brain has been rotted by what they see on Fox News.
I think that democratic socialists are Muslims and a Trojan horse playing nice to then hijack the nation.
Well, to me, I haven't seen any democratic socialists up until Zohran Mamdani, which is ruining my city that I love.
Explain how. I wish I could understand what a person like this means when they say this.
You have these people like Abdul Saeed, who's running with somebody who said that 9/11
Abdul Saeed, who's running with somebody who said America deserved 9/11, like as though I'm his vice senator or something, as though there's a new position unlocked. It's called vice senator. When someone's running for senator, you have a compatriot.
America deserved 9/11. I mean, do we agree with that? Do we agree with that?
You're talking about Hassan Piker. He's not running
Hassan
with
Piker,
Hassan
yes.
Piker. That's false.
Huh? I mean, he's campaigning next to him, and
it worked. I mean, look at.
Yeah, it's so funny that these guys are like. At a certain point, I've come to the recognition that most Americans are totally checked out of politics. They don't pay close attention to it at all. Everyone at the end of the day is a low information voter, every single person. And those who we assume are like higher information voters aren't actually demonstrating coherent thought, but instead are regurgitating what they saw on television. For the Republicans, it's, of course, what they see on Fox News, what they see on Twitter, what they see on their timeline. And for the Democrats, it's not that different either. Obviously, Democrats, by and large, liberals, by and large, have a much more diverse media diet. But even then, they are still totally malleable to media narratives, especially if it's overbearing, especially if you hear it all the time. And yes, this is more proof of the process. How many times have we seen this? How many times have we seen someone on TikTok say, oh, well, Fox News told me Hasan Piker is running. I have to be angry about this because Fox News told me this is something that is worthy of anger and frustration. It's incredible. It is an incredible set of circumstances that, no matter what happens, this is like the most educated Republican voter, okay? The most educated Republican voter is just regurgitating what he saw on New York Post headlines like, oh, well, Zoran Mamdani, he's destroyed my city that I love. And also Hasanabi is running alongside Abdul Isai, and they're doing 9/11. They're running on a pro 9/11 platform. And it's like, dude, what the fuck are you? You are not living in the same plane of existence as us. You're just out of your fucking mind, I think.
But now he won the primary.
There's 3 stages on how Muslim gains the power, right? Bryce Crawford said it. We're on stage 1 right now. Do you want me to repeat them to you?
Like, this guy thinks he has a fully fleshed out thought process on this. Like, he is going to describe Abdul Asaibol's process of doing Islamic taquitos. He has been successfully fear-mongered. Last election cycle, it was transgender panic. This election cycle, it is Islamophobia. Muslims are the new transgender. Now, of course, the trans panic hasn't gone away. Make no mistake. These guys can walk and chew gum at the same time. I would never make that argument, but it is pretty obvious that, like, the most salient enemy of American narrative is now moving against, Islamic-style Sharia enjoyers that are doing ninja taquitos, also known as taquilla. And we are also simultaneously, transgenderifying, transmogrifying your youth as well. It's Islamic-style woke Sharia, because at the same time, they're like, these guys are unbelievably conservative. It's not American at all, but they also are pro-trans, which is also not American, and that's far too woke. And none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Like, are we too woke and we want to transmogrify the children? Or are we too conservative but it's also bad? It's like brown conservatism, not white conservatism, which is good. The reason why I'm bringing this up, this inconsistency, this idiocy, is because I brought it up earlier as well. I brought it up last night because I was getting attacked by Katie Britt. Katie Britt is a GOP politician who said this. Hold on. Here's Katie Britt on Fox News last night saying this.
That's what these candidates are talking about. They're jihadist sympathizers. We're seeing that there with El Sayed. You're seeing Hasan Piker become the voice and the spokesperson there for the Democratic Party. So I think we have to highlight it because America needs to know what we're up against. And I think this is going to make sure that in November, people turn away from that.
So yeah, Stepford wife Katie Britt says they are jihadist sympathizers, referencing myself and Abdul Asaibol. Okay, and then Vance said this too. I'm going to get to that as well. Don't worry. To which I responded with, we are for pluralistic secular democracy. You are not. You're a conservative. You're a reactionary. You do not like that we live in a diverse, pluralistic, secular democracy. You want to change that. We want to defend it. We want to preserve it. And yet you call us, Islamic jihadists, right? And it's ironic because the Islamophobia is directly attacking pluralistic secular democracy. So I said, yet you call us jihadist sympathizers because we oppose genocide being funded with our tax dollars and our weapons. And what's crazy about this process is like these guys are Al-Qaeda. Okay? They are literally Al-Qaeda, which is a far greater threat to America, American democracy, what the United States of America is. Who is this? Did you see ADL for Catholics is up your ass? Oh, Bill Donahue. I love that guy. Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah. It's funny because I love Catholics. It's my favorite type of Christianity. Like no joke. I'm being sincere about this. I think Catholics are awesome. But this guy hates me. Bill Donahue, president of Catholic League, fucking hates my ass. And he hates Zoran as well. He's the one who's like, Zoran Mabdabi shouldn't actually participate in 9/11 because he already participated in it in 2001. The league under Donahue's leadership is criticized for its conservatism and for its combative response to high-profile media stories. Besides education campaigns, the group issues condemnations, initiates boycotts and protests, defends priests against accusations of child sexual abuse. Yeah. I'm with the Pope. I'm with the woke Pope. Okay? In any case, where was I? So yeah, what I was trying to say is these guys are trying to do what they perceive Sharia is, right? They're trying to do Christian Sharia, or at least like what they unironically claim is Sharia, right? When they talk about Sharia law, what are they talking about? They're like, oh, well, it can range, it ranges from like lowering the age of consent to I don't know, treating women as property. Like, I'm not saying this is what Islam is about either. I'm just saying like their association with Islam is like unbelievably conservative, right? It's like fundamentalist, it's conservative. And it's very funny because like American Muslims have always been pulled on this stuff. And Muslims in the United States of America are more woke than the people advocating for Christian Sharia. While simultaneously decrying Sharia law is coming to the United States of America, they actually are trying to literally do Al-Qaeda style policies. So that's what's so interesting about this process. But that's just how racism works, right? There's nothing you can do about it. It's just like, we're white. When white folks are advocating for conservatism, it's good. And when a brown person exists, that's bad because they're, you know, doing conservatism, but brown style. So be on the lookout for this kind of initiative a lot more frequently, because obviously this is going to be base boosted by a lot of conservatives because it's very successful in targeting some less educated people and like leaning into their fears, especially because, you know, you have an upwardly mobile minority population that many people are not privy to. Many people have not actually been around. And it's very easy to fearmonger against this upwardly mobile, somewhat isolated minority population, especially when the last 30 years of propaganda has made the Muslim population out to be the number one enemy of the Western world and the United States of America in an effort to justify the global war on terror. So that's what the conservatives are leaning into. And of course, if the liberals do not, across the board, the anti-Trump forces do not across the board oppose this kind of racism, it's going to get completely out of hand. And I would go so far as to say it is already completely out of hand.
Have you heard about that? All right. Stage one, the Muslims are minority, little political power. They are preaching, they're persuading people that they're good. You know, they're dealing with the LGBTQ and the Jewish people, which they hate. Stage two is that they grow political power. We're slowly getting there. You know, as these more democratic socialists come in and we're electing these people in, they're gaining more and more influence. And then stage three is the Muslim, when they have majority of the society.
Yes, I mean, are you shocked at the guy who thinks that like every Muslim on U.S. soil is trying to do fifth column style infiltration is a functional illiterate? Persuading. It's funny because it is rebranded Protocols of Elder Zion shit. Yeah. It is what Nazis and what fascists use, what anti-Semites used as like the Jewish problem and the Jewish question in the 21st century is now the Muslim problem and the Muslim question. That's what we're doing. Okay? That's it. What's up, man? Where's the suit? I'm wearing it. I'm wearing a suit right now. Yeah, Muslims control the media. Muslims control banking. Muslims control the world. Muslims are infiltrating the democratic socialist movement. Muslims are trying to Islamify the United States of America. And Muslims have a policy of lying in order to accomplish their agenda.
They're going to start killing Christians on the street. They're going to start killing gay people on the street. They're going to start slaving women, making women their slaves, just like how they do in every other Muslim country. If you go onto a ship in Gaza and you say you're gay, they're shooting you on sight.
Yeah, check this out. This will be a really good question that will expose you as the low IQ droid you are. Convince me that it's reasonable to believe these things about Zohran Mamdani and Abdullah al-Said.
What?
Convince me that it's reasonable to believe these things about Zohran Mamdani and Abdullah al-Said.
Well, I told you one about Abdullah al-Said is that he's running with someone who said that Americans deserve 9/11. How?
Dude, it's so, like, saying that about Abdullah Zohran is funny. Saying that about me, I think, is even funnier. Like, I want to enslave women and, like, destroy the white race and shit like that is, like, so stupid. One, because I'm fucking white myself. And two, like, which one is it? Are we too woke or are we too conservative? And are you conservative? Like, this cognitive bias problem, this cognitive dissonance is impossible to overcome for the average chud. Yeah, Democrats describing Hasan Piker is right. This is how they... And it's kind of sad because, like, you know, we joke about stuff like this, like Islamic Robespierre, right? But Islamic Jihad Robespierre. But what's crazy about it is that these guys actually take those jokes seriously. One example I can go back to as recently as like a couple of weeks ago is when Elon Musk lost his damn mind. Unearthed tapes of Hasan Piker from when I was making jokes about the Great Replacement and how stupid it is. And I was like, yeah, Latinos with their salsa hips, we're coming. You know, we're gonna consensually steal your girlfriends and your moms and your sisters, and then you know, we're gonna eradicate the white race. And they were like, dude, what the fuck? He's admitting it. And it's like, no, you dumbass, I'm making fun of you. But what do you do? What do you do when the opposition sincerely believes this fear-mongering? Is secular Islam a thing outside of racist projection? Never pegged you for a very religious person? No, I'm not. That's why it doesn't make any sense, because the very same people that have called me a homosexual who paints his fingernails, who like dresses up transgender style, are now saying we are trying to make America, like make every American woman wear a burqa. It just doesn't make any sense. But it doesn't have to, because, you know, sucks for all of us that have to involve ourselves with these people. They're just dumb as fuck.
And I told you that was false. And if you want to critique Hasan Piker,
it's not false.
If you want to critique, if you want to critique Hasan Piker, that's probably like the worst thing to critique him for. Okay, like
Why?
listen, there's a lot of things Hasan Piker has done and said that I disagree with, but as it relates to that comment, for years now, he's been outspoken that what he was saying was that there were particular like foreign engagements involved in by the United States of America that descriptively led to said retaliatory attack. 9/11 was an attack of terror. 9/11 was an atrocity. 9/11 was unjustified.
Yeah,
and the
linked
people who
back to the
committed it
Islamic regime.
are absolute terrorists.
Linked back to the
but-
Islamic regime.
but I mean, he's even apologized for wording it in the way that he did. Like,
Well, of
if you
course he
want to,
did
if you
now,
want to, if you
because-
want to hold,
Of course he did now. Yeah, no, because you got caught, right? It's like, no, I did at the time. I did at the freaking time, dude.
anything against Hasan, I just feel like that's one of like the like more difficult things to hold against him, because like that's one of the things that he's explained in context and held himself accountable for saying. But obviously, I still disagree with the wording. Does this mean that all Christians are pedophiles because Donald Trump was pictured standing next to Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, by that logic, Christians of the Holocaust. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. How does he know it's the anniversary? I think this was a couple weeks ago, but he said stuff that I disagree with. Why is it something every fucking person says? Because I have been so successfully tarred and feathered that it's like virtually, and I talk so much, and I also have a robust, I have a fairly aggressive group of motivated cyber stalkers who will be all up in your replies as soon as they see anybody defending me, that they have to do the throat clearing all the fucking time. That's it. That's it. Like the Republican Party's clip chimping initiative and manufactured outrage initiative isn't new. It's not new at all. People have been doing this to me online for almost a decade at this point. And that is the reason why anyone who defends me has to do the throat clearing of like, well, you know, Hasan Piker is a grave threat, but you know, this is the worst reason to go after him and that kind of thing. Like immediately they'll be like, he's a dog abuser, he fucking murders dogs, Islamic style a dog murderer, of course, and also he is a jihadist. He's a Maoist. He wants the American countryside to do the Great Leap Forward. He wants to do the pest campaign here. He wants to kill all the sparrows. That's what Hasan Piker wants. I have a fairly insane. I don't think that kid said anything like that. No, not that kid. That kid just knows the edge. He knows all the most, like he knows only what Fox News has shown him. I'm talking about like even Madeline, who came on the broadcast yesterday, is getting lit the fuck up on the timeline. If you were to go under her replies, right? If you were to go under her replies, you would see the Dan Stalkman Sexpestany Brigade in action, being like, "How dare you defend this person? He is Adolf Hitler." He is literally Adolf Hitler. He is the modern reincarnation of Adolf Hitler. I was adding context to a bunch of clips on Twitter, and I was reported as a bot, and my account is invisible when I post replies now. Yeah. Sparrows are invasive birds and not native to the USA. See, there's a slander iceberg out there. Anyway, it is what it is. We just have to deal in this like misinformation environment forever. What has made me so attackable and so easy to attack, which is my accessibility and the fact that I'm constantly on and constantly live, is also what makes me so accessible to show people what the actual context is. All you need to do is redirect them to a YouTube video. There's a million of them out there. The first time I think people watch a video of mine directly or a podcast appearance directly is when they realize like all of this is just nonsensical slander and that I'm a fairly reasonable person that is very agreeable. You know? That's it. The exact same reasons as to why I'm, endlessly fucking... ContraPoints have been piling on you on her Patreon and claiming you love Mao. I know. There's also a lot of like petty, vindictive people in this space that have decided that I am the most significant threat.
Lincoln, heading home from the Middle East after a long deployment amid concerns about conditions on board. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is at the White House with the latest. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. The USS Abraham Lincoln has spent more than 270 days at sea. After a 9-month-long deployment, they are finally making their way back home. They were only supposed to be out on that aircraft carrier for about 6 to 7 months, but that mission was extended the longer this war with Iran has continued to drag on. And of course, all of it comes amid new reporting about the worsening conditions on board that aircraft carrier, with the Military Times reporting they spoke to families of service members who said at least 2 people on board tried to jump overboard. President Trump dismissing those concerns, brushing it off, saying those Marines and sailors had not been on that ship long enough. But this war with Iran is at a virtual standstill. Oil prices are continuing to rise. Gas right now is about $4.10 a gallon. Over on Wall Street, the Dow plunging about 700 points. President Trump now trying a new strategy, threatening severe consequences for any country that tries to help Iran evade sanctions and help them.
Great strategy, sir. I love it. Great strategy, sir. Thank you. It's going to surely work this time. So this means the USS Washington has to leave the Pacific, right? Yes, the USS Washington has already left the Pacific. It's on its way to be deployed in the region to relieve USS Lincoln, even though Donald Trump was claiming the other day that the USS Lincoln has not been deployed long enough. Well, it turns out it has been deployed long enough. USS Lincoln is leaving.
Financially, but notably, the administration is not saying whether China, Iran's top trading partner, will face those severe consequences that President Trump is talking about. We know the White House and President Trump, well, they are now preparing for Chinese President Xi Jinping to visit here at the White House.
Yeah, it's actually really funny that their third-way consultant tried to say you were homophobic because of this clip. Okay, we're done. It's enough. Just, if you're in the trenches and fighting, keep fighting. I don't want to fucking see every like random DC consultant and beltway moron that has like 8 followers being like, this is why he's homophobic, this is why he's transphobic, this is why he's Islamophobic. Well, I guess none of them say I'm Islamophobic because that's the one phobia that they all entertain and enjoy. Like, how can I be hyper woke and also hyper conservative at the same time? Why is no one ever fucking asked that question, How is that possible? How am I both weak and strong? How is the enemy both weak and strong? How is the enemy both conservative and also hypersensitive and hyper woke?
Just a few weeks, Rebecca.
Yeah, an important conversation ahead, and China's a big trading partner with the U.S. as well. All right, Rachel, thank you.
The Trump administration is overhauling its strategy in the war with Iran. Again, instead of trying to wipe out Iran's military, the new goal is to crush their economy. That's something the president is now branding economic D-Day. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the U.S. is reaching out to...
Yeah, new goal, which is, I looked it up, same as the old goal. When was this not the goal? This has been the goal for the last 6 months. And as a matter of fact, it's been the goal for the last 47 years, 48 years. Okay? This has always been the goal, and it has reached tremendous success at certain points, right? We were able to successfully destroy the Iranian economy. We were able to successfully foment instability, volatility in the country, cause mass uprisings. This isn't new at all. This is the exact same goal that we've had with Iran. As a matter of fact, it's the only thing that we can do to Iran successfully. But now, when you pair that up with the military campaign, Iran has actually gained tremendous amounts of leverage. Okay? So for Donald Trump to turn back into, to turn the faucet of sanctions up once again on Iran is very stupid. He's saying it's going to be an economic D-Day. The military D-Day failed, so now he's going to do an economic D-Day. Not sure exactly how, considering that Iran's economy as it exists is entirely propped up by Russia, China, countries that are outside of the American secondary sanctions orbit, or countries who are always threatened with American sanctions anyway. You can't really sanction China. You can't, at its current phase, sanction Russia any further, or additional sanctions on Russia will only cripple the energy markets further. So what are you supposed to do? Now, the foreign minister, Sayed Abbas-Araghchi, also had something to say about this threat. He said, 14 years ago, most crippling sanctions in history failed. 8 years ago, maximum pressure failed. 5 months ago, unconditional surrender failed. Today, most crushing economic operation ever, bound to fail. We have seen this movie before. Same bull, different bullies. It's true. VP Biden on Iran. These are the most crippling sanctions in the history of the sanctions, period. And it's crazy because, like, the sanctions only brought about economic volatility to Iran. It made regular Iranian lives much harder. It created a lot of struggle, a lot of issues for everyday Iranian citizens. Sanctions always have been an act of collective punishment, and they are infinitely more successful when those threats are directed towards our allies, whose entire economies are designed around continuous trade and normal relationships with the Western world. That's why they would work on apartheid South Africa. That's why they would work on Israel, apartheid Israel. Sanctions, when directed against our foreign adversaries, on the other hand, turn into a weapon that obviously harms regular citizens. The express purpose is to create so much instability by engaging in collective punishment that regular, ordinary citizens in the foreign adversary, in the society of our foreign adversary, end up rising up in arms, and they riot, they rebel, and then that rebellion has to be put down violently, which is what has happened over and over again, obviously with Iran, and that breeds even more instability and more chaos. All of that, of course, was reversed when Donald Trump directly attacked Iran. Not only did it harden the position of the hardliners, this direct assassination and murder of children in the first day, in the opening salvo of Operation Epic Fury, Epstein's Fury, whatever you want to call it. But the assassination also cleared the field for some of these hardliners to seize control over the Iranian government. It also hardened support for the IRGC and the Islamic Republic by many elements of Iranian society that might have been on the edge of joining the rebellion or had joined the masses that were experiencing tremendous discontent against the repressive state. They rallied around the flag, as one does. And not only that, but they established primacy over the Strait of Hormuz. They now control this choke point that is responsible for 20% of the entire world's energy supply. Global markets are in a state of panic. All born out of Donald Trump's idiotic attempts to lean into what Israel wanted in the region, which is to create a failed state. Create a failed state. Yes, Obama. Yes, Obama is an 11-month subscriber. Barack Hussein Obama is in this community. For those of you who don't know, he watches. He's a big fan. Yeah, across official rhetoric, Sina 2C reports, military signaling and Khamenei's new appointments, Iran is consolidating a more aggressive deterrence posture as Hormuz and the blockade war becomes a test of attrition. Tehran may counter-escalate more sharply ahead of midterms to maximize costs for Trump. That is where we're at. So Iran is taking a more aggressive posture against America, against Western allies. All the while, Donald Trump is complaining about Iran's refusal to back away when they have maximum leverage that we gave them with our missteps. And now we're threatening Iran with more crippling economic sanctions. But because we already have the maximum sanctions package on Iran, because we have the maximum economic sanctions package on Iran, all we can do is sanction other countries. But considering that the other countries that Iran relies on for normal economic activity are either untouchable by the United States of America, like China, or have already been victim to America's maximum sanctions package, like Russia, not entirely certain how this will go. Well, I am certain how this will go. It'll be a failure.
All of its allies to put together the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world.
If you insist on doing business with them.
Like, can you imagine? Iran has maximum leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has already caused enough Iranian proxies or other parts of the axis of resistance have already caused instability for Saudi Arabia and continue to do so. And also they're, lasering some of the ships transiting through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And then on top of that, America has no leverage against China. America has no military deterrence against China. America has no economic deterrence against China. And as a matter of fact, China has endless amounts of leverage over creating complete global chaos, because they are the reason why the oil prices have remained stable, relatively stable, or have increased and haven't spiked to normal conditions, have not been adjusted to the normal conditions of like diminishing 20% of the oil shipments coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, because they cut down their oil imports. China could literally turn around and say, okay, we're purchasing oil at the normal rate that we were supposed to. We are going to refill our strategic petroleum reserves. And virtually overnight, China could collapse the oil markets. If they were to increase their demand, if they were not to increase their demand necessarily, but if they were to start importing oil back to regular levels, all of a sudden, America's position would be worse. So Iran maintains the military leverage in the region. China maintains the economic leverage globally. And America's talking about offering a D-Day of sanctions to, I guess, China. Because who could they actually deploy the economic D-Day weapon on? Because Iran is already carved out of the international trade design for years now. So who could you possibly deploy the sanctions package on? You can't do it to Pakistan, because Pakistan is an American ally. You can't do it to, like, who are you supposed to sanction? Yemen? And you definitely can't do it to, like I said, you definitely can't do it to China. So my question is, who are you going to do this to?
Either transferring money, buying their oil, they're doing seaborne ship transfers, then the U.S. Treasury and the U.S. government, they will put its full might and force toward enforcing against you.
So the U.S. is also imposing new sanctions against Hezbollah and designating the Lebanese militant group as an Iranian proxy. Joining me now, Edward Fishman, former diplomat and international relations scholar. He's the author of the book Choke Points, American Power in the Age of Economic Warfare. It's nice to have you with us this morning. So, I should point out there are some signs here that this economic approach is having some impact, but we're also dealing with a brutal regime, which we know is not necessarily moved by the plight of its citizens when they are suffering. How long do you think this regime will and can hold out? In your mind, is it months? Could it be years?
Well, look, Erica, the track record of economic pressure bringing about regime change is very poor. So I don't think we should expect the Iranian regime to collapse under economic pressure. I mean, go back even to Trump's first term, when Trump launched a maximum pressure strategy against Venezuela. The Venezuelan economy declined by about 75%. It was one of the biggest peacetime collapses we've seen of an economy. And Maduro stayed in power until Trump launched the Maduro raid earlier this year. So I don't think we can expect the Iranian regime just to collapse under economic pressure alone.
There's also what I find interesting is we heard from the Treasury Secretary, from Scott Bessent, saying that it's unlikely that the U.S. is going to resume any large-scale fighting here. The reality in making those comments, while in some ways they may have been meant to soothe perhaps certain parties, Iran is listening to that as well.
100%, right? I think the Iranians understand that Trump doesn't want to fight a war. And this economic D-Day just sort of strikes everybody as Trump trying to seem tough and showing that he's doing something when he doesn't actually want to go back to the battlefield. What I'd also note, and a very important point here, is that Iran has been under comprehensive sanctions for decades. So really the only thing left to do on sanctions is to target Iran's trading partners. And really their top trading partner by far is China. And with Xi Jinping set to come to the White House in just about a month, it strikes me as pretty unlikely that Trump wants to ignite an economic war with China right now.
Which is fascinating.
Yeah, not only is it the timing makes it so stupid. Not only does the timing make it so goddamn stupid because Xi Jinping is coming to America, but America has no economic leverage over China, which Donald Trump learned the hard way. Where's Hasan? Well, Hasan already gave his analysis, and now this expert is repeating it. That's why Hasan doesn't need to be on camera all the time, because I was pissing. Okay? And it's always cope. It's always unbelievable cope from these guys, where they'll be like, oh, well, it's because like Iran can withstand these sanctions because they have a repressive state. It's like, no. That's not the real reason why Iran can withstand the sanctions now. The real reason why Iran can withstand the sanctions now is because it's withstood the sanctions for 47 years. They've designed their entire economy. They've been forced to design their entire economy around survival around the sanctions. Okay? Once you deploy the sanctions nuke, the trade nuke on a foreign adversary for a decade plus, they have to survive, so they find ways around it. It's that simple. And you can't do it to China because Donald Trump tried to do it to China. Donald Trump tried to decouple the rest of the world from China. That was the whole purpose of Liberation Day. Okay? If you recall, when Donald Trump tried to do Liberation Day, one element of Liberation Day that was at least like, I wouldn't say smart, but at least there was like a logical reason behind it. There was something motivating it beyond Trump's personal animus towards countries like Brazil for prosecuting Bolsonaro. With China, there was a broader goal, right? And that was to decouple by force the rest of China's trading partners and pry them away from the manufacturing hub of the planet, because that gave China, and has consistently given China, tremendous leverage, tremendous economic leverage, tremendous power over negotiations. And America wants to, one, reinstall a robust manufacturing base on U.S. soil. Not sure how they're going to do that without central planning. But basically, what Liberation Day was supposed to do was, bully our allies, Canada, Germany, EU, India, and our allies or countries that we have, normal trade relations with in the Asian region, in the Asian continent, Asia Pacific region, to move away from China and to develop more extensive trade relations with the United States of America by force. They wanted, these countries, including places like Cambodia, to purchase American things that we're making. Okay? And it failed because China turned around and said, fuck you. China turned around and refused to bend, as I correctly told you was going to happen at the time. Said we're not going to bend. We're not going to buckle under the maximum trade, the maximum sanctions package. You need us more than we need you, and they were right. China has already created secondary markets for this exact purpose. Africa is now flourishing for this reason, right? It's one of the areas that China is selling to. First, China worked to develop Africa, as it continuously does. It continues to do so, and then China started selling to Africa, Mexico, Latin American countries, in an effort to withstand some kind of American sanctions package. And then also on top of that, when Donald Trump tried to renege on the agreement that they were the agreement that America and China were negotiating, China then said that they would institute strategic export controls over rare earth minerals and magnets. These are incredibly important for defense. This is what we make our missiles with. So when China actually floated the idea of doing strategic export controls, America had to back away. This was America waving the white flag. Varoufakis said China needed more the U.S. than the other way around because China is the net exporter. I don't think Varoufakis is right on that. Does China still need the U.S.? Absolutely. But does America need China more than China needs America? That is absolutely correct. Okay? The U.S. is about 15% of China's customer base. For China, this is very, very tiny compared to other countries. No, but 15% is still ginormous. I think Giannis is obviously much smarter than I am, understands as much better than I do. But by my estimation, of course, China still wants global stability. China still wants to continue selling products to the United States of America. But does China have more leverage over the United States of America? I think yes. I think China has, and Giannis wouldn't disagree with that either. China has more leverage over the United States of America. It can eat some economic pain, as it did, right? But also simultaneously, it can present a far greater threat to American manufacturing than vice versa. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because We already learned this lesson last time around. I know Trump learned this lesson last time around.
Right, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because as we look at this, right, with that visit looming, how could even just this announcement, how could that impact those discussions and the visit itself?
Oh, it could impact the visit completely, right? I mean, I think let's see what Secretary Bessent actually announces in terms of sanctions on Monday. But if you actually took Trump at his word, and this is going to be unprecedented economic sanctions, economic D-Day, there's no way for that to be true unless there's aggressive sanctions on Chinese banks, Chinese energy companies, all of the Chinese companies that basically provide Iran with a lifeline to the global economy. If Trump actually were to do that, I think it would totally blow up the Trump-Xi visit, and I would expect that that visit wouldn't happen, and you may even have Chinese retaliation, right?
You will absolutely get Chinese retaliation in this process. America has already tried to float this idea in this last iteration of the conflict. The United States of America tried to say that Chinese companies that are still engaging in trade with Iran and banks that are processing this trade, Chinese banks, will receive sanctions. This was a couple months ago, okay? And China's retaliation was, suck my dick. China turned around and said, we are not abiding by American sanctions. We are going to continue doing what we're doing. China, since then, has created even more leverage. Because not only does China have the leverage that it showed it had during the Liberation Day back and forth tariffs battle that Donald Trump lost, that was 2 years ago, China also has another unbelievable volatility nuke at its disposal now. Not only do we no longer have the capacity to threaten China militarily, that died in the Gulf of Persia, but we also don't even have a sanctions. We did not have a sanctions threat against China, as we saw with the Liberation Day back and forth struggle that we lost. But now on top of that, China could just increase imports of oil into the country. And if they were to do that, Liberation Day was only a year ago? Shit, sorry. Okay, I was wrong. My apologies. It feels like a lifetime ago. It feels like it was 10 years ago, I'm going to be honest. I can't believe it's been only a year. Once again, China could explode the global energy markets. And that's part of the reason why when Bessent was asked about China directly, he kind of shied away from naming the player here.
Does it include China? Because that's the primary economic partner of Iran.
Again, many conversations are best to have in private, and we are confident that everyone wants the Strait reopened and for energy prices to come back down. And sir, keep in mind that the Chinese get 50%, 50, the other energy from the Gulf. So it would do them a big service to get with the program.
I suspect that if they try to sanction China, if America tries to sanction China, China will say, okay, well, it turns out we got to rebuild our strategic petroleum reserves, big dog. Sucks to suck, but sorry, we're going to have to do that. Now, this will create short-term pain for China and major pain, possible irreparable damage, cause possible irreparable damage to their immediate trade partners in Asia. But it certainly will not be great for the United States of America. So it's not in China's best interest to nuke the entire planet. And that is the reason why they've maintained price stability by nuking their demand for oil or not demand necessarily, but nuking their imports of oil. But if they were to open up the faucet, this would not be beneficial for America at all.
Remember last year when China cut off our access to rare earth minerals, it really upended supply chains here in the United States. So that's to say, if we could take Trump at his word, it would significantly imperil the visit. But I'm skeptical we're actually going to go in that direction.
I found interesting some recent comments from Chris Christie when he was talking about the war recently and the way.
Look, here's the calculation from the Chinese side versus what America is doing. Okay, China is behaving as the adult in the room, as it has over and over again. They're bailing us out one more time. But at some point, they're going to have to recalculate. Is it appropriate? Is it appropriate to keep bailing out America? Or is it important for everyone to suffer a blow here in the short term if that means that America learns the hard way a long-term lesson? It's kind of like when you're a kid and you sneak in a cigarette and you find a Lucy and you smoke it, and then your father catches you and then he makes you fucking smoke the entire carton. For the longest time, China's been like, cigarettes are bad for you. Don't smoke it. Here is a sugar cigarette, like a fake one, if you want to play around with that instead. China could turn around and go, all right, you have to smoke the entire carton of cigarettes. Unk-ass analogy? I don't know. I feel like I had to come up with something, and that's the only thing I could think of. That didn't happen to you, Hasan. That was Bobby Hill. I know. I'm using a common story. Yeah, Ministry of Foreign Affairs says China opposes unilateral sanctions that lack basis in international law and UN Security Council mandate. Military force and pressure tactics will only lead to escalation that serves no one's interest. We call on parties to act responsibly and solve disputes through dialogue and negotiation. The problem with your analysis that America would learn the wrong long-term lesson? No. I don't think so. Because whether they want to admit it or not, they've already learned a devastating lesson in the Strait of Hormuz. Right? I'm sorry. Here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We are like a spoiled child, okay? We're like a bad baby. America's like a playground bully. But even a playground bully will sometimes meet a force that is more powerful than the playground bully. Okay? The playground bully will sometimes go up against another bully that's bigger than they are. Maybe someone who is from a upper class, right? Like an upperclassman that beats the fuck out of them. And maybe the bully goes back home, licks his wounds, comes back around, and continues to, engage in more evasive maneuvers, but will still bully some of the weaker kids, some of the more vulnerable kids. Sure, right? America received a bloody nose in the Strait of Hormuz. It destroyed its capacity to engage in force projection. America can no longer engage in force projection in the Asia-Pacific theater for this reason. It is now 100% the reality. It's impossible to avoid said reality. We went into the Strait of Hormuz. We went into Iran thinking that we would destroy the Iranian government with ease through an aerial bombardment campaign, a decapitation strike, and it didn't work. Okay? So now we can't do that in the Taiwan Strait, in the Taiwanese Strait. So whether Donald Trump postures as though he has the smoke, as though he still has the power, as though he still has the upper hand here, it doesn't really matter. Most military analysts understand the reality, right? And the same goes for Trump's trade posture.
He views this moment and Donald Trump. Take a listen to that.
Donald Trump is about to become what he never, ever wanted to be, Jimmy Carter.
Yes.
He is being held hostage by Iran. They are holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage. As a result, they're holding the world economy hostage. And it's focused at Donald Trump. And I know from talking to him over the last 24 years, the one person he would never want to be is Jimmy Carter.
I talked to him about Jimmy Carter,
right?
too.
And
yeah.
and here we are, and it was all voluntary.
Right, to the point of Iran watching how all of this is playing out here, that is very much a focus, right, to see how things are playing at home and to understand what it would be like to have that Jimmy Carter moment or to be in the midst of it right now. Is Iran fully exploiting that? What more do you think could come?
Oh, certainly. I mean, I think the Iranians have understood now since March, right, since the very beginning of the war, that their control of the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most important energy choke point, gives them a huge amount of leverage over.
How much do you think the midterms factor into this? Oh, huge. Everybody is lasered in on American elections. Iran is. Iran is lasered in on. Iran is laser focused on American elections. China is laser focused on American elections. Of course, everyone makes these sorts of decisions by thinking about like domestic pressure, by thinking about the potential domestic pressure that could be applied to the United States of America. It's normal. It seems Aisha is a J Street back candidate. Yeah, as opposed to the AIPAC back candidate, chatter. What the fuck do you want? Yeah, Ana Lilia Mejia was as well. What do you want me to do? Like, I'm sorry, just because J Street backed Aisha Wahab doesn't change the reality that AIPAC dumped $6 million into that race over the course of 17 days. Okay? We take what we can get. Bernie is a J Street back candidate.
The United States. Because remember, in any sort of economic standoff, what matters isn't so much who inflicts more damage on the other side's GDP. What matters is which side has the capacity to withstand whatever pressure they're under. And I think the Iranians have assessed that even though their economy is certainly suffering much more from a sort of quantitative standpoint than the United States, that America's tolerance for economic pain is a lot lower than theirs is. And I think that's just going to be Iran's strategy moving forward.
Ira Fishman, really appreciate your time and your viewpoint this morning. Thank you.
A spokesperson for Beijing's foreign ministry said, quote, sanctions and pressure tactics are not the solution. That's vis-a-vis Iran. This as President Trump declared what he called an economic D-Day on Iran. And this is how Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that the economic activity would affect the military operation.
If we are doing the maximum economic pressure, then that means that likely there will not be a large-scale kinetic restart. But I would emphasize that is for now.
With us now is Congressman Rich McCormick, a Republican from Georgia. He is a member of the Armed Services Committee. Congressman, great to see you. So economic D-Day, but the Treasury Secretary there, did he just tell the Iranians that likely for now, no more military strikes?
It kind of sounds like that. I really don't know. I don't want to interpret what he's trying to say, but it didn't sound like he wanted to, although he doesn't make that decision. That's the Secretary of War and the President directly. The Commander-in-Chief gets to make that decision, not him.
No, I get that. And you, of course, are.
Weren't we already sanctioning them to hell? What else can we do to them? No, it's literally the point. Yes, we have We've already been sanctioning them to hell. There's not anything else that we can do in terms of sanctions. We already hit them with the maximum sanctions package for decades now. The only thing we could technically do is maybe sanction some of Iran's trade partners. But because there have already been secondary sanctions on Iran, because there's like two different kinds of sanctions, right? You directly sanction the country, and therefore they can't conduct normal trade, right? They can't sell to the United States of America. But then you can apply secondary sanctions as well, a process in which they can't do trade with other American trade partners, right? Secondary sanctions are not against Iran directly, but against, Iranian trade partners like France or Germany. If they were to conduct normal trade with Iran, then they get hit with American sanctions, and therefore they can't do it. They don't want to trade with Iran because they're fearful that America will sanction them instead, right? Arnaud Bertrand says, pretty confident any country won't include China. Hard to imagine the U.S. would declare economic D-Day on China in a handful of weeks before Xi's visit. Back in May, the U.S. tried to sanction some Chinese refiners for buying Iranian oil. Yep. And China's Commerce Ministry issued a formal prohibition order stipulating that U.S. sanctions shall not be recognized, enforced, or complied with, effectively putting a line in the sand. The U.S. then basically blinked and never meaningfully enforced the sanctions. It would have meant sanctioning major Chinese financial institutions with probable consequence for the entire global financial system, which they were obviously not ready to do, which means this is what I was talking about, which means that any country, literally means any country we can actually coerce, which is a shrinking list, precisely because the more you coerce, the more countries build antibodies against it. America is not only seen as a paper tiger with its military supremacy, America is now an economic paper tiger as well.
Or a military pilot yourself, flew helicopters, and as we say, always thank you for your service there. But it is their Treasury Secretary there. And if you are among the Iranian leadership and you heard the Treasury Secretary of the United States say, it means likely no more kinetic actions as long as these maximum economic pressures are in place, how would you feel about behaving in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, first of all, we haven't seen any good behavior from Iran anyways. They've been defiant the entire time, whether they had the MOU or any other time. I've never had any rhetoric come out of them that showed me that they had any intention of being good actors. They've done nothing but threaten us for years, for decades, really, this entire regime. They've killed about 1,000 Americans, including 3 Georgians a couple of years ago with a drone attack through proxies. They've attacked us about 40 times. This is before the war. Since the war, they've been even more defiant. They've even talked about raining fire down from heaven. We are the great Satan to them. There is no real good solution except for regime change and unconditional surrender, in my point. I don't think we're going to get to that by economic sanctions, but realize that things change very rapidly over there. And I think that even though he's talking about no kinetic actions right now, that could change literally within an hour.
So the president, you say you do not think we will get there by economic actions, because that's the stage the United States appears to be in right now. He's talking about maximum economic activity there, economic D-Day, full scale, like the world has never seen. But you don't think that will be enough?
I don't see any time where this country has shown anything but defiance. I think we should have put that on them from the very beginning. Of course, I'm also one of those people that thought we never should be at peace with these guys until they came to unconditional surrender, until they came to regime change, because this regime will threaten your...
I think this is all hot smoke, okay? It's nothing. We're just blowing smoke up one another's asses over and over again. What matters is the reality on the ground, okay? I expect Americans to engage in this like militant posture. They're all war hawks. Who gives a shit? Okay. You got our military in tatters. You got people trying to kill themselves on USS Lincoln. You have American bases that have been thoroughly dismantled and destroyed. You have American assets moving further and further out west. or further away from the Gulf by force, because Iran destroyed these bases. Iran is capable of sufficiently threatening the remaining American assets that are on Gulf bases around the region. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we say here in the United States of America. We're basically just lying to ourselves, lying to one another, making it seem as though we have any kind of military posture here that will somehow magically carve out a victory. It's not going to happen. Everybody in the region understands that. Most American military analysts understand that. Most American intelligence assessments recognize that reality. Outside third-party think tanks understand that reality. It's a declining empire that can no longer establish military supremacy. So to say, oh, we can just do this, we could just hit them hard, we can hit them hard, it's just pure cope. We are delaying the inevitable, but we're not even delaying it. We're just delaying our recognition of the inevitable.
Children. They will threaten your grandchildren. They will be always trying to develop nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. They will destabilize the entire Middle East and the entire world geopolitical scheme as long as they're in existence. This would be absolutely transformative to get rid of this regime, which is very evil. And by the way, don't forget.
Yeah, it'd be transformative.
President Trump.
Yeah, of course. It would be. You're right. But is it possible? Is it probable? Is it likely? The answer is no. It's not. And the more we lean into this kind of thing, the worse the situation gets. Okay? Mark Ames says, if Trump means what he writes here, he's threatening economic warfare on Russia and China, among other countries, unless they join his siege warfare on Iran. It's like the final act Scarface shit. As always, the trick is sorting the bluster and bluff from the kernel of intent. It's nothing. The nuclear aircraft carriers took the space that would have been occupied by a fuck ton of fuel and turned it into extra freezer space. So the guys aboard the carriers are used to eating really good. Them living on rice and tortillas right now. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Things haven't gone more haywire.
Appears to have reconciled with one of his most outspoken critics. His name, Michael Cohen. You may remember he turned on Trump after working as his political fixer. This week, he interviewed the president, who suggested that Cohen was forced to testify against him. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with...
Yeah, this is Trump, or not Trump, but another former Trump fixer turning back to Trump once again. Anyway, hold on. Before we get into the Michael Cohen story, friend of the show, Michael Cohen, shows us what he's really about. But before we get into that, let's continue. Let's wrap this up, okay? Allied scale, the notion that historic U.S. Cold War security allies will cooperate to cut China out of global markets is a fantasy we really need to move away from, says Marcus Stanley from Quincy Institute. The analytic core of this proposal is basically just adding up GDPs of the U.S., NATO, traditional Asia-Pacific allies, noting that it's significantly larger than China, and applying a liberal dose of wishful thinking. These countries lack incentives, and in many cases, the capability to cut economic ties with China. Recent moves by the U.S. to coerce one-sided economic benefits from allies don't help here at all. That doesn't mean countries want to be dependent on China either. We need to innovate forms of cooperation that make sense for a global economy that maintains significant interdependence and where China continues to be a major player. Yeah. It wouldn't be called against China, but it would be effectively an alliance to create a bigger market outside of China. Thrilled that Ezra Klein... Oh, that's why. That's where this is coming from. Brad Setzer, CFR senior fellow, went on Ezra Klein's podcast, The China Shock 2.0, and I guess explained Trump's thinking. That makes sense. Explained like Trump's... It's so funny. These guys all used to get mad at Donald Trump for taking this like militant trade posture against China. And now every single one of these people are just like, no, Trump is actually not doing the wrong thing against China. It's actually a good idea. yes, Trump does have a unique trade design, chatters. So there is thinking driving, there is something motivating Trump's decisions against China. It's a failure. It failed. That's the problem. Do you understand? I know it's fun to say Trump's thinking about burgers. Trump doesn't think. Like, yes, you're right. But there is definitely a different attitude with Trump's trade policy and trade posture against China versus the previous American trade policy with respect to China. Okay, and I guess this CFR fellow went on Ezra Klein and explained the second China shock, its causes, its consequences, including for American workers. It wouldn't be called against China, but it would be effectively. Do we have a video? I would love to watch that video, by the way. It wouldn't be called against China, but it would be effectively an alliance to create a bigger market outside of China with sometimes common barriers to China that would have allied scale would be big enough that it would easily support competitive EV industry that didn't rely on Chinese parts and a competitive magnets industry that didn't rely on China and so on and so forth. Where should we have gone? I think we should have moved in that direction. There are ways to do better coordination of industrial policies too, but basically extend our security alliances into economic alliances, try to compete with China, don't give up. Don't accept that every EV in the world is going to be made in China, which is a realistic outcome right now. China can expand its EV production capacity and has enough spare capacity to meet all global demand. So the entire EV industry could be Chinese production. China is supplying 10% of the European auto market. There's a future where it could supply 70%. What is this? Help. At some point during COVID, I came up with a scheme to create a catfish account where I'd lure men with thirst traps. We said no more Magdi Jacobs posting, and we are standing by that. Okay? We are standing by the hard stance. There is an economic blockade against Magdi J posting. I feel like it's sad. You're kicking someone who's like very clearly going through a long and extended mental health episode. Okay? Yeah, it's not funny. She's just not all right. She is not well. She is not mentally doing all right. Yes, I have already delivered a fatwa. Yeah, high key, low cow farming, but leftistly is right. Yes, I have already issued a fatwa. Does Ezra not want you on? No, he does. We're going to link up.
In the world right now is China's growing dominance across advanced manufacturing sector after advanced manufacturing sector, from electric vehicles, batteries, to solar panels, to things that aren't even traditional manufacturing, that are software like AI and open models, where they become a world leader. What is happening here is very different than what we call the first China shock, where China became a big exporter, but of things that were not that important to advanced economies, things that mattered maybe for particular communities, mattered for many, many jobs, but weren't the frontier of economic growth. But now it's different. China is very much at the frontier and they're dominating it. And that is going to transform geopolitics. It is going to transform the politics of countries, many say in Europe, where China is pushing them out of manufacturing that has been the absolute cornerstone of their economies. And so I think understanding it is about as...
Dude, Ezra Klein is, by my estimations, much more interested in movements on the left, even if it's to co-opt it, even if it's to like liberalize it, it doesn't matter. I think there's a real opportunity, and I know people will always, you guys hate him, I know. But I put Ezra Klein in the same category as I put the Pod Johns. Perhaps I'm wrong about this, but that's my assessment.
Essential to understanding economics and geopolitics in the coming era, as literally anything is.
I also am an unashamed, unapologetic Ezra Klein watcher, Ezra Klein reader. It's very important to understand a leading thinker of liberalism. Okay, he's the king of the libs. Let's be real. It's important to understand where liberals are going. We used to jokingly watch SNL every Sunday. Why did we watch it? Because we wanted to understand how liberals think, what liberals laugh at, what motivates liberals. He is the king of the liberal intelligentsia. And it's really important when the king of liberal intelligentsia turns around and says stuff like, Mamdani would be just like any other liberal mayor. He's not actually talking about Andrew Cuomo. He's saying like, other liberal mayors would do similar things, Mamdani. I disagree with him on that, but it doesn't matter. He's trying to take ownership over the left flank and then say, no, this is what liberalism as a big tent looks like. Okay?
Brad Setzer is a person who follows this about as closely as anyone on earth. He is a senior fellow at the Council of Foreign Relations. He has served in top trade roles and economic roles in the Biden and Obama administrations. And so I wanted to hear his perspective on it. He joins me now. Brad Setzer, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks for inviting me.
So you've been arguing that the world economy is going through a China shock 2.0.
I mean, okay, right off the rip, I don't even disagree with this assessment. It is true. It is true. China is the domineering manufacturing power of the entire planet. It's the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. And it's no longer just like light industries or Forever 21 fast fashion clothing. It's also very important industries that in the past were kept for national security concerns in the hands of domestic manufacturing. We allowed this to happen. And yes, this is a very important point of leverage for China. It's a very important point of leverage for China. Okay? And it also complicates the rest of the world's relationship with China. Because if we don't have any domestic manufacturing, and China is always capable of outcompeting us in terms of manufacturing, okay, shouts out the NAFTA, shouts out the neoliberalism for that, by the way. But if we don't have any sort of domestic manufacturing, we have nothing. It's not even just like a national security problem at that point. It's a major issue overall. Okay? Because then we're just not producing anything. We don't have any jobs.
So for people not familiar with this, what was China Shock 1.0?
2002. What happens is there's a big jump up in China's exports. And at the time, it's mostly in relatively low-end manufactured goods, furniture, household appliances, clothing. And I think there was a sense in the U.S. that these were not the industries of the future. And I think what the China Shock 1.0 academic literature shows is that even though these weren't the industries of the future, they were still employing a meaningful number of Americans, often in the South, often in the Midwest. And the China shock is how that impacted local, not national, local labor markets that had the most overlap with China. And this has sort of a short-run negative effect on parts of the economy. You know, when the local factory closes down, local real estate prices turn down. And so, and the people who sell lunches to the factory workers have fewer people to sell to. So it becomes a generalized downturn in those communities. That was clearly underestimated. And then people have done all sorts of further studies which correlate the areas that have the most exposure to the Chinese export wave to, deaths of despair, to political realignments.
Voting for Donald Trump.
But
the basic idea here is that you have a bunch of places in the Midwest and the South primarily that are manufacturing towns, that their factories are outsourced to China or the goods are outcompeted by China, and basically the community goes into sharp decline.
Correct.
And we never have a very good policy answer.
I mean, I think at the time we didn't even try to have a policy answer, but it is actually conceptually difficult to deal with the decline of a small town when it's big industry.
Let's live in that debate for a minute. What is the argument about whether or not this rapidly accelerating level of trade with China is good or bad for America?
Yes, I have a wig on. I have a toupee.
I think the overarching view at the time was that China's integration into the global economy was more or less inevitable, and that the negotiated terms of entry into the WTO provided a reasonable framework for China's full integration into the global economy, that trade was fundamentally good, that there would be shifts across industries. People would leave their jobs and import competing parts of the economy, but generally move to exporting parts of the economy or into the services sector, and that we had a fairly flexible labor market. And by the way, integration would be a positive force for China's political development. It might lead to some forms of liberalism within China. It might moderate China's global ambitions. It would sort of the commerce would tame the dragon, so to speak.
And the other dimension of the argument, as I've heard it and remember it, is if China wants to make cheap goods for Americans, people like low prices, they like low inflation. Like, why would we fight this gift?
I mean, in particular, because the industries that were going to China were not the source of top, cutting edge technology at the time, not generating a lot of high wage jobs. So there was indeed a sense that, consumers would benefit and did benefit from cheap goods. And the adjustment would not threaten the core strengths of the American economy. I think that was the belief. I would put a little tiny asterisk around the cheap prices thing. Unambiguously, China's explosion of exports lowered the price of manufacturers. If you look at the overall evolution of consumer prices during this period, there's not much of a change. China's integration into the world economy led in huge amounts of investment, ended up putting a lot of upward pressure on commodity prices. So you see oil prices really take off during this period, and that's an offsetting change. So, you got to always look at both sides of the ledger.
Yeah, so when you're going to Target or Walmart and you're buying clothes and toys, I mean, they really are cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
Like in real terms from when I was a kid. But you're saying that, what we're not seeing there is, the price of oil, the price of...
It costs you more to fill up your car to get to Target. But once you got to Target, it was cheap.
Okay, so China's shock, the reason we use this term is...
It's so funny because, this was America's grand trade design because it benefited the goals of American capital. It benefited the short-term goals of American capital because labor is the most malleable aspect of production. And it's the only movable aspect of production. And therefore, the easiest way to reduce labor costs was to move it. Instead of engaging in suppression of unionization, which we were doing, right, which American capital had never let up on, they were able to move it to an entirely separate, low-cost labor force altogether. And the problem, and this has always been the biggest issue with China in general, is that China, by way of redistributive policies and through central planning, right? The small c communism of China was able to take that foreign investment and turn it into internal development. The issue with China is that China developed and became a competitive power and gained sovereignty, okay? Or always was invested in developing sovereignty for itself. That's the issue that we have with China. That's the problem with the grand China design. If China developed in the same way that like India developed, we would have no issues with China. No disrespect to India. Obviously, it's a different story. It's much more complex. But the reason why we hate China and see China as a foreign adversary is not even because of the ideological battle that we have with China. That's secondary. The real issue with China is that China was able to take the foreign investment and not circulate the foreign investment in the same way that capitalist countries do. India literally has similar levels of economic planning. No, India is far too diverse, wasn't capable of dealing with, or wasn't as invested in like even development in the same way. To say that India has the same level of central planning is crazy. India also has separate issues that were greatly elevated initially by colonial powers. It's not a one-to-one comparison. It is a very reductive comparison. Okay, it's not an appropriate comparison. I'm just looking at it specifically from the perspective of like what's that guy's name? The Noah guy, No Opinion. Like, he loves India. He always presents India as this bulwark against China and a much better alternative. Like I'm just flipping that script on its head. And it's not like China did not liberalize. They did. But even through the marketization period, even through the liberalization of the Chinese economy after the, Dengis reforms, there was always still a hyper focus on development. And especially in the Xi period, now they're cracking down on some of the concentration of power that exists within the party system after they brought in the billionaire class. They developed a billionaire class, the national bourgeois, as they call it, and then they basically stamped out some of the national bourgeois that had maybe a little bit too much power. Okay? So there's a push and pull there, and China, for all intents and purposes, has been able to manage that friction and has kept capital under control. India never did. Also, the Indian history of colonialism is different than China as well. Like, that's why it's not a direct comparison that you can make. Yeah, China was never completely colonized. But, again, ultimately, the major difference between China and India is capital controls. Okay? That is the main function of the government and the main difference between the government. The only reason why people still, in some way, shape, or form, still consider the Chinese governance to be a version of some level of proletarian governance, regardless of the repression, regardless of the Marxist-Leninist formation, one-party state, one-party communist state, is because at the end of the day, there is still some level of control over both flows of capital and control over the capitalists, okay? They still serve the interests of the party, and the party is supposed to serve the interests of the masses. That is a huge difference. That's a major difference in Chinese development as opposed to development in India. And that is the major difference as to why we see India as a reliable trade partner and ally at times, even though they have their own sovereign interests in the region. They have their own sovereign interests as an economic power. They play both sides with, like, Russia, for example. As opposed to in China, we see China as a major foreign adversary, if not the most consequential foreign adversary of the 21st century. It's because China took all of that foreign investment, right? That foreign investment came into China. And then what they did with that foreign investment was to develop the country and make it a behemoth, a competitive superpower. In some respects, if you were to look at this as global capitalism, the capital owning class, the bourgeois class in China, is still beholden to the interests of the party, is still subservient to the interests of the party. Okay? As opposed to the Indian capitalist class is a part of the global capitalist class. So they play ball. They're not unpredictable. They're not a force that I don't know, like a French capitalist is ever going to be fearful of. Does that make sense? And if it wasn't for Xi Jinping, by my estimation, if the party had moved in the opposite direction and continued liberalizing, the Chinese capital class, the Chinese bourgeois, would probably also be in the same category. And therefore, we would not be looking at China as this scary behemoth as we do right now. Because it's not just about improving the living standards of as many Chinese people as possible. It's also about whether or not our international capitalist class can look at the Chinese capital owning class and see them as allies. The problem, at least from my assessment, is the element of I guess, nationalism. It's a scary word. It's a dangerous word. It's not entirely correct to say that the Chinese bourgeois class are nationalists, but it is a national bourgeois class to a certain degree. So is the connective tissue communism, or is the connective tissue there nationalism? That's where things get a little bit more tricky. But the reason why China was allowed into the World Trade Organization, the reason why China was allowed to participate in the global market, in the global markets as a regular force, as a regular manufacturing hub, initially was because of that liberalization. Because that liberalization created this major force within Chinese politics that was then brought into the party, right? Hu Jintao, and that these folks, the Chinese bourgeois, were now a part of the party apparatus, and they were gaining a lot of power within the party until Xi Jinping. That's why if you look back at China from the perspective of our capitalist media, from the perspective of our capital owning class, if you go back to like the 2000s, our media are super wealthy. They didn't see China as this like major threat at all. I mean, there were obviously nationalist elements in the country that did, because there are plenty of people who have been complaining about Chinese manufacturing for decades at this point. Initially, it was the left, and then it turned into somewhat of a right-wing position. Trade protectionism has moved from the left to a right-wing position at this point in some weird ways. There are still elements of the left that engage in trade protectionism. I believe in trade protectionism as well, as long as we have some kind of trade to protect. But This is the reason why we see China as a major threat.
That this whole argument got reevaluated. And so which parts of it would you say panned out and which didn't?
I think the extent to which China would become a big export market was overestimated. China never was fully open to U.S. exports. I mean, one of the more striking things is that after 2004, so 2 years after China's WTO entry, China's imports as a share of its GDP start to fall. And then it was not expected, in a sense, that China would succeed as much as it did while retaining the core aspects of its different economic system. There was the sense that China would have to converge, have to become more like...
It's so funny because he's basically describing the exact same thing that I tried to also shittily describe.
Us. Maybe politically, but certainly economically. You know, the state would wither away, state-owned enterprises would be privatized. 20 years after China joined the WTO, China's economy was, the thinking was it would kind of look like the U.S. or maybe look like Europe. It wouldn't be distinctively Chinese, and that didn't pan out.
What is distinctively Chinese about the Chinese economy?
That's a hard question.
No, it's not. It is small c communist. That's what's distinct about the Chinese economy. It still has central planning, although it's not central planning in the Soviet understanding of it. Okay? It's not centrally planned in the way that you would see as this like vulgar Soviet meta. It's not centrally planned in the way that the Cuban economy is centrally planned. It's much more dynamic. Okay? But ultimately, capital is subservient to the party. Capital is subservient to the government, and the government is run by a party that is supposed to be subservient to the interests of the proletariat. Okay? If you want the honest assessment of it, that's what it is. Cuba isn't centrally planned anymore. No, I'm not talking about Cuba now, brother. I'm talking about Cuba for the longest time Cuba for the longest time was literally the last remaining real Soviet-style economy on the planet, okay? Like down to rations, down to like the specific allotment of food that you could get. Like that was a USSR-style economy. The Chinese economy is much more fluid, much more dynamic than that. However, as I like to say, China uses capitalism like a sleeve. Okay? If they have an iron fist, they put the sleeve of capitalism over that iron fist. Okay? Where ultimately there are strict controls. It's still a centrally planned economy. And the way that the central planned economy is designed is around control of capital flows. Okay? They still absolutely control which way they will pour money into. There's also obviously, yes, corporate accountability and things like that, but ultimately they even allow some level of corruption or some level of exploitation, as long as that means boosting trade, as long as that means improving the GDP. So they are just state capitalists. One could say all socialist formations run by communist governments have always been state capitalist. The whole point is it's a transitional socialist state.
Open the door, man.
Yeah, I did. One thing that is distinctly Chinese, which is not what you would normally think about in a communist-led society, is that China actually has a rather thin system of social insurance. It doesn't actually collect that much tax. Personal income tax collections are like 1% of China's GDP. It's 8% here. If you're not collecting personal income tax, you're not going to have the resources to be very generous and helping, low-wage work. There's nothing like our earned income tax credit where you get a subsidy, basically, money back from the government if you don't get paid that much. The taxation system relies heavily on taxes on consumption. It's really quite regressive. It hits poor Chinese workers much more heavily. It also does not have a unified national.
He's not wrong. This is not wrong. Yes, their tax structure, they have a welfare state, but it is marginal. It doesn't mean that their system is failing, mind you, but he's not wrong. And this isn't to say that like welfarism is the only solution. I'm just saying it's a different system.
Labor market. The so-called hukou system basically means, you're supposed to work where you were born. You can migrate and leave, but when you migrate and leave, you give up certain social rights. You got a financial system that is fundamental.
Yes, it's not necessarily a robust welfare state, but there are a lot of social provisions that you get as long as you stay within the area. But this used to be far more rigorous back in the day. It's not as stringent. It's not as strict. It is nowhere near as strict as it used to be. But yes, in a central planned economy, the original Chinese system had strict controls over, I guess, like internal freedom of movement. Not necessarily freedom of movement, but just like moving and like living and working in a different area in general. Obviously, that wasn't always the case because they also are very experimental and have always been very experimental. I think like one of the most unique facets of Chinese development and Chinese governance is how they treat, because they're so big, they're such a massive country, 1.4 billion people, that they treat different provinces like different laboratories. Like there's constant, it's very fluid. There's constant experimentation going on. And the hukou system has been reformed. But basically what it currently operates as is, like, let's say you are born in California and you grew up in California, you went to school in California, and the school is paid for by California state taxes, not your local tax, not your property taxes. And all of the amenities are paid for by the state taxes. If you were to move from California to New York, there's a process where you have to apply, and there are restrictions. You can move to New York, you can visit New York, you can even live in New York, but you won't be able to get the same free healthcare, for example, that you would get in California. Now, in America, we don't even have free healthcare, so it doesn't fucking matter. But that's what the current form the current form of the hukou system works as. You can go and fucking live wherever you want in China. You can work wherever you want in China. It's just you won't have the same social benefits that you would have in the state that you or the province that you were born into. One version of the hukou system in America, if you want to call it that, is kind of like in-state tuition versus out-of-state tuition. Right? We don't really have additional amenities in our welfare state, so it's hard to make this comparison, and college is expensive regardless of whether you're paying in-state tuition or not. But that is one version of the American hukou system. That's what's so fascinating about it, that Americans will be like, what the fuck, that's crazy. They're just like, they'll kill you if you move away from your state. That's not the case.
Mentally state controlled, heavily banked. not so much, like the Wall Street part of the Chinese economy exists, but it's much smaller. The old-fashioned put your money on deposit in a state bank, very much the dominant mode of savings, and then the state banks intermediate so they can direct credit towards the goals of the party, towards the goals of the government, sometimes under the direction of the local government, sometimes under the direction of the national government. The commanding heights of the Chinese economy are still primarily in the hands of centrally owned state-owned enterprises. So this is, why it's sometimes difficult to sell to China. You want to sell soybeans. Actually, you have to...
But that's a state incentive, not a federal incentive. Why would China encourage people not to move? In keeping an industrial labor force in certain areas in the country by incentivizing them to stay at home? Like, what do you mean? Think about how cities develop. The hukou system has always been very porous anyway. Back in the day, people would just pay off a couple of officials and get their kids in a better school in another area, for example. My parents did that for me. Lol. The bride was just a couple hundred yuan. There's also a lot of testing, as I said. It's like a laboratory of governance, like different forms of governance, different modes of developing the economy, and you need people for that. In the United States of America, there's like freedom of travel, but then again, we don't really have a functioning welfare state anyway, so people make those decisions on their own. Like, for example, you got Medi-Cal, but you could technically move to a state like Wisconsin where there's Badger Care, but it's much more restrictive than Medi-Cal, right? So technically, that's a version of the hukou system. If you're moving to Wisconsin, which is a lower cost site, a lower cost state in general, but all of a sudden, or you move to Texas where you're not paying income tax as you would in the state of California, but now you're paying much higher property taxes. So that's just that's like one version of, I guess, the upside down hukou system.
Generally sell to the state oilseeds monopoly. You're not selling to an individual soybean crusher. Selling airplanes to China. You're selling to the big three state airlines who act as a coordinated block. Telecommunications, you're selling to three state-owned companies whose executives are picked by the party, who take direction centrally. And then on top of that, when the government sets a policy direction, say we want to have a semiconductor industry, ambitious provinces will say, well, we should be the province that builds up China's national champion. Here's an ambitious guy or girl. Looks like they got a good idea. Here's a whole bunch of money. We're going to subsidize your factory. Maybe we're going to take equity. We're going to make sure you get bank loans. And so a whole bunch of different firms spring up in that sector with support, and they start competing very intensely. So it's, a mix of state-directed and intensely competitive.
I want to draw something out in that description, which I thought was great.
Is it affected by family relations? Guys, no, it doesn't work that way anymore. You can't just you're not region locked in China any longer, okay? I'm talking about one of the most back in the day when the country was developing, it was far more restrictive. The hukou system itself now exists as the way I explained it to you. Like you can go to a different province. You can work in a different province. Many people do. A lot of people do actually in China. Ironically enough, because of the youth unemployment crisis, many youths are actually going back to the rural countryside, which is developing at a much more rapid pace now, and trying to work factory jobs more than ever before. Another aspect of hukou is land rights for rural Chinese. Land reform gave land to rural farmers and the right to live in big cities without everyone piling in on one city. Yes. Because remember, through the growth period, post-revolution, through the growth period in China, even with Dengist reforms, before Dengist reforms, but certainly after Dengist reforms as well, there is rapid industrialization taking place. There's rapid urbanization taking place, but it's not even. They are always trying to get to even development, but of course it's not going to be even development because you have the countryside that's massive, right? And they're obviously always going to be, they're obviously always going to fall behind the major cities. So then, in an effort to make sure that the rural side, the countryside is also, the rural side is also industrializing, or the rural side is also developing, they have to keep people there. You get social insurance when you work now. The hukou system isn't entirely defunct, but it's mostly been decoupled from social insurance. Yeah.
How their economy is different. China has gotten a lot richer, and less of that wealth than you might have thought has gone into things like a universal healthcare system, a social insurance system for the elderly. America got richer. We built Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, welfare, earned income tax credit, child tax credit. China's gotten richer because it has not allowed a lot of that, because also you have such power over the financial system. It has just been able to move much more of that money into subsidized.
I love hearing liberals react in awe to the power of a centrally planned economy. Okay? Because, like, look, every economy on the planet is a mixed. Every economy on the planet is a mixed economy. Okay? There is some capitalist elements in every one, and then there's socialist elements in every single one. Okay? Obviously, social democracy is still a capitalist formation because capital owners still get to make decisions decoupled from the rest of society, and sometimes actually capital owners make decisions that are antithetical to the needs or antagonistic to the needs of the working class in their countries. They don't have any sort of like national ambition. Okay? I guess the truest sense of capitalism would be something as decentralized as Somalia, or maybe I guess like the current formation in Argentina. But even then, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But there are obviously higher degrees of socialization in Nordic countries as opposed to the United States of America. But there's still some level of socialization. The problem is with China, we treat it like they're cheating. Why are they cheating? Well, because they have subsidies on steroids. They deploy state subsidies to make their production more competitive, to artificially reduce costs, to make sure that they have plentiful, cheap alternatives, much more cost-effective alternatives to whatever Europe is manufacturing. The other problem with China is that their cost-effective alternatives are now also better, technologically better than our domestic manufacturing. At least back in the day, when Chinese commodities were talked about, we were like, oh, it's cheap, it's just fucking shitty. Like I remember, I was born in 1991, right? I'm old, I'm 35. But I remember, like, leading into the 2000s, the idea, the trend was that, Chinese goods are shitty. They're nowhere near as good as stuff made in Europe, right? A lot of Zoomers do not understand that was the outlook, okay? That was the outlook. Nowadays, people don't say that no more. And it's ironic because, while still some people believe that, and it's wrong. What matters not is how people approach the subject. What matters is what the reality is. And if you look at business owners, for example, now American titans of industry will look to Chinese commodities and Chinese cars, like EV, for example, and they look at it in admiration. They say, like, if these cars were to come into the American market, they would destroy us. We'd never be able to sell another car again. That was Farley. What's his name? The CEO of Ford, who went to China, and his daily driver is a Chinese car. who straight up came back to America, the Ford CEO, and said, if Chinese vehicles were to enter the American market, we would never be able to sell another fucking car ever again. Back in the day, they also used to say, oh, China is stealing our IP. He briefly mentioned this as well, right? That was a handshake agreement. It's not like American capital owners were oblivious to the fact that the Chinese manufacturers were also taking our IP, our patents, and recreating them. Recreating like cheaper alternatives to it. We knew, and we still know to this day. It's not like they're fucking delusional. That was absolutely a handshake agreement from American capital. You get to manufacture our goods. We get to displace our labor. We get to, we get to manufacture our goods in your factories, and you get to, take the patents and make the exact same cheap alternative and slap a Chinese sticker on it. Nowadays, that's not even happening. Nowadays, the Chinese innovation has actually gained a stronger foothold, where Americans are purchasing Chinese goods to try to retool their vehicles with the Chinese bells and whistles. We're stealing from them. Not that it matters, because we will never have a competitive edge in manufacturing, because we've destroyed our productive capabilities. And therefore, in order to rebuild domestic manufacturing, we would have to spend decades. This is decades of training, decades of proficiency. Chinese manufacturing is superior to the American manufacturing, as Tim Cook openly admits, because they have decades of experience as well. High precision manufacturing is not easy to recreate.
Production innovation in like new economic areas it wants to dominate.
The basic retirement benefit that anyone in China gets, no matter what your residency status, is like tens of dollars a month. It's really, really trivial. The health insurance system, people aren't confident that when they walk into the hospital that the costs will be covered, and frequently there's a lot of upfront payments. And some people also say the one-child policy in an incredibly competitive marriage market has made it, a requirement for young men to save if they want to get married. All this has produced an economy that just saves an incredible share of its national income, over 40% of GDP, uniquely high. And that means the state financial sector is just flush with money. So part of it is that China has the capacity to direct investment through the state. Part of it is just it can finance out of its own.
This is not entirely true as well. As far as the only aspect of this that's true is the savings side. He's not wrong about that. China is a saving nation. America, on the other hand, is a nation in debt. China is the exact opposite. And the only other thing that I would point to that he's not entirely correct on, but he's not entirely wrong on, is the healthcare system. Because healthcare is an area that needs a lot of improvement in China. This is true. So it's still state-run, but it is one aspect of it is one it is one area where they have to improve dramatically, and they are improving.
Savings levels of investment that no other country has matched.
All right, so this, I think, this is all true through China Shock 1.0. Mm-hmm. The view is maybe more of it would change as time went on, but it didn't. Mm-hmm. So what is China Shock 2.0? When do you date it? How do you describe it?
So I date the start of China Shock 2.0 to the collapse of China's property market in 2021. Now, we all know there was an awful lot going on in 2020, the pandemic. Xi gets concerned that there's too much investment in property, probably rightly so, that there were empty buildings piling up. He introduces a policy, 3 red lines, which sort of restricts finance for the property sector, and it succeeds too well. And the property market basically tanks. And then in order to offset the economic impact of this fall, she more or less gives the banking system guidance to lend, to finance a new wave of manufacturing investment, and particularly manufacturing in more cutting-edge sectors. So electric vehicles being the leading example. But in general, it's investment in any sector where China has import dependence. And for Xi, that's a vulnerability. And so he really directs the state's financial sector and, the party to throw money into building out sectors where China has an import dependence. The effect is China moves back to growing on the back of net exports. China's domestic economy is growing 3-4%. So, you're getting 1.5 to 2 percentage points of growth from net exports. That's a lot of statistics, but what it basically means is China is exporting a ton of cars. China is supplying the entire world with batteries. China is now the leading exporter of tunnel boring machines.
True.
You name the category of machinery, China's exports are growing. It's no longer just consumer electronics. So China starts getting growth, big part of its growth, from an expanding trade surplus. Imports stop growing. This is, I think, one of the key factors around the second China shock. Normally, you would say imports would grow with domestic demand. Chinese import.
The reality of the matter is, the reason why we say China's cheating is because they are capable of, due to centrally planned, central control and centrally planned economy, due to their centrally planned economy, they're able to do what I like to call like nuclear levels of subsidies. And they also have complete control over how those subsidies are utilized, as opposed to in the United States of America, when we offer subsidies, some of that goes to price control. It's a crude way to look at it. But much of that still goes back to executive salaries and improving shareholder value. That's it. So we look at it and we go, that's fucking cheating. You're cheating. They're not cheating. We're just not competing with them appropriately. And then we're calling it cheating. What is this? Dog, did you just send me? Wait, this is from August 27th, 2025. This is a Taylor Lorenz article about Chorus from a year ago, like exactly a year ago, that was very controversial at the time. That's so funny that you're posting that right now, saying David Pacman caught. That's hilarious.
Exports basically aren't growing. And in key sectors,
China's selling ever more to the world.
and
but
then
it is
Chinese
not
export.
buying more from
And ultimately, look, they are, a version of this is what Amazon does, right? Like at a more localized scale, at the domestic scale, this is kind of what Amazon does, right? It's called predatory pricing, right? Amazon, due to its tremendous industrial capabilities, due to the fact that it owns the marketplace and can create much more cost-effective forms of the same exact things that are selling well on its own marketplace, they can artificially cut prices, right? And outcompete other, smaller businesses that are relying on their marketplace. Okay? So basically, China is doing that on an international scale. From the perspective of, what the fuck is this? Dude, what are you sending me, man? China is capable of creating unbelievably low-cost alternatives with the with virtually every kind of good, and therefore China has been able to gain a competitive edge and become the global manufacturing hub, and he who controls the entire globe's manufacturing controls the fate of the entire planet. This is what he's talking about when he says this is the second China shock, and it's terrifying.
Exactly. And Chinese exports, particularly in the years right after the pandemic, after the currencies depreciated, start growing at 2 times or 3 times the pace of world trade. So China's imports of autos used to be about 1 million cars a year. That's now down. It's now under 500,000 cars a year. And over this same period, China's exports of cars have gone from little under 1 million to now 10 million in the space of 5 years. Just a stunning shift in a range of industrial sectors, and heavily industrial sectors that compete with Japan and compete with Europe. And so you sort of see bad economic performance in the manufacturing heart of Europe in particular, a little less so in the U.S.
So I think this point about the Europe versus U.S. is really interesting. And in one of the pieces you wrote about this, you wrote that the U.S. share of global output has been remarkably constant over the last 40 years. China's rise has come at the expense of the other G7 countries. Can you talk about what that looks like? I mean, I know let's use maybe Germany as an example.
I love watching liberals talk about this without identifying what the problem is, by the way. It is my favorite type of conversation, is my favorite type of back and forth, because at the end of the day, you just go back to, well, they're cheating because their system's design is better than ours. But they will never admit that, because then they would have to take the L on capitalism. Because that's what it comes down to. Like, they can say, oh, it's because initially these were low-cost labor sites because the Chinese labor force was much poorer overall. The Chinese conditions are much worse overall. Oh, they did this at gunpoint. They put nets outside of the Foxconn factories, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? Like, oh, they were forcing people to do this. You know, idle hands go starving. But at the end of the day, the reason why China was able to develop is because of how they redistributed the foreign capital that was flowing into the country. And now they've developed to a degree where they are able to compete with the rest of the world. They're able to move their weight around. I will say it's, not lost on me that virtually all of the liberals who used to say China's going to fucking fail next year, China's collapse is imminent, all those liberals are now making, China's actually dominating us style videos.
Germany didn't move as heavily into, kind of software platforms. They retained a more traditional manufacturing sector and focused on exports, including to China. So, Germany, after the global financial crisis, is exporting close to 3% of its GDP to China. Manufactured goods. That reflects the fact that Germany remained a very manufacturing-centric economy. The tunnel boring machines, the high-end sedans, a lot of fancy SUVs, also aircraft, the 320s made in Hamburg. All these industrial sectors tended to be industrial sectors which had a lot of overlap with China. And then you throw in the fact that the EV industry just took off in China. A lot of government support. And the German companies, they made their own efforts to make EVs in Europe, but those never took off globally.
Like, The reason why I don't think it's an apt comparison with predatory pricing that Amazon does with respect to China competing with other countries around the planet is because Amazon is destroying mom and pop shops that have to rely on the Amazon marketplace. America is also a equivalent competitor to Amazon at that point, right? That's why the analogy doesn't fully work. You can say, oh, China is actually, engaging in predatory pricing. They're artificially lowering their costs. We can't compete. They're destroying us. But we also have, objectively, throughout this period of Chinese development, have had far more power than China. Far more power than China. And still, to a certain degree, have far more power than China. We just fucking destroyed ourselves. We destroyed our industrial base at the behest of capital. International parasitic capital that has no investment in national boundaries or its own people, its own neighbors, and the well-being of its labor force. Doesn't care. It's just for profit. Yeah, the United States is not a mom and pop shop, and China is the Amazon. It's not a great comparison for that reason. The United States has its own competitive Amazon-style platform, and China is also another Amazon-style platform, and is just destroying the major competitor. Hype Train is here, ladies and gentlemen. At level 10 Hype Train, we carry the motherfucking flame. I haven't carried it in a couple days. We're at level 4 Hype Train right now.
In the way that China's EV industry has, and nor are they cost competitive. So what you see is German exports to China have fallen by about a percentage point of German GDP. And what was a strength, Germany benefited from selling to China right after the global financial crisis, became a weakness.
I want to focus in on another dimension of this. It's kind of inside the story you're telling, which is, so China Shock 1, it's lower on the value chain of manufactured goods. It's, clothes and consumer calculators and all these things that the story that was told was, we don't want these industries in the long run. What happens in the China Shock 2 is that China is starting to dominate industries on the technological frontier. I mean, you mentioned electric vehicles, you mentioned batteries, right? You could talk about solar panels. We could talk about, AI, where they're, basically neck and neck with us. How did they go from kind of low to mid-level manufacturing to the absolute frontier in batteries, solar, etc., that quickly?
There was certainly something in the air in China around manufacturing. The critical mass was built up and the foundations were laid. And I think it's a complicated story. So if you think about...
Honestly, this might be it for me. I'm tired of waiting around for Hasan. Like, I don't have anything better to do. Clearly, he doesn't respect our time. Why should we respect his? This is a mutual relationship as far as I'm concerned, but it's beginning to seem very one-sided. I think this is where I unfollow and unsub. 420 months, by the way. Thanks, everyone, but I can't take it anymore. Oh, God. We haven't seen copy pasta in the chat in a minute. You know what I mean? Paralyzed Pendant Plug. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Level 6 Hype Train. Ladies and gentlemen, at level 10, we will carry the freaking flame.
Electric vehicles being one of the famous sectors. What do you need to make an electric vehicle? Well, you actually need to be able to make a car. It is, a smartphone mixed with a car. So how does China learn how to make cars, good cars? Well, a lot of foreign companies come in, and Ford and GM and VW all had to partner with generally Chinese state companies to produce in China. That was just the rule. And they didn't have really much of a choice because China had a 25% auto.
Oh, I'm sorry. They didn't have much of a choice, you say? Well, there was one choice, which was to keep manufacturing at home. But no, our capital owners wanted to do everything in their power to depress wages. They wanted the cheap labor alternative that China offered. So they moved their fucking manufacturing there. Sorry, but that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what took place. If you want to get mad at someone, get mad at capitalism. Get mad at the capital owners who made this decision. Why are we acting like capital owners these factories went to China at gunpoint? Like they were killing you if you don't go and move your factory to China and partner up with the government. No, it was part hubris and part greed. Okay? It was the greed of a low-cost labor alternative, and it was the hubris because they wanted to maximize profits. Again, like I said, labor, most malleable element of production. And it was part hubris, the hubris that these Chinese folk would never be able to make competitive products. Hubris also known as racism, right? Oh, they're Chinese. They could never comprehend our brilliant Western minds. They would never, for years and years, they said, the Chinese products that they're making are dog shit. They're nowhere near as good as these superior Western quality products. Bro, some of us don't think it was very hubris. We literally lost our jobs. Dog, at what point do you think I'm making a sympathetic plea for the Warren Buffetts of the world here? Okay. Yes, I'm on your side on this story. Yes, that's what I'm describing. Unless you are a factory owner or a business owner, I'm not criticizing you. You're the worker. You lost your job. Industry moved away from your hometown. Here, I'll give you one example. Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana is a high black density town. Used to be a place where industry thrived. Gary, Indiana, factories closed down. Gary, Indiana is in a dire situation. Gary, Indiana, for the last 10 days has not had any electricity. Okay? United States of America. We're talking about the United States of America. There, for the last 10 days in Gary, Indiana, there has not been any electricity. Think about that. No power whatsoever. It's fucking insane. We don't even talk about it in the news. That's what happened because the bosses wanted to ship manufacturing overseas because it was much more it was much more cost effective for them. They could justify sky high profits. And for years and years, consumers would in exchange for that would get cheaper consumer goods. And yes, Gary, Indiana, 85% black, which is why it's not being covered at all right now. Used to be a steel town, home to U.S. Steel's Gary Works, the largest steel mill complex in North America. That's Gary, Indiana. Now, it's devoid of power for 10 days, and it barely makes a fucking blip on anybody's radar. Part of that is because it's experiencing abject poverty. Part of that is because it's very black. It's unfathomable. This is the wealthiest nation on the planet. That's why I say third world country with a Gucci belt. Big example. In 1979, GM domestically employed about 620,000 jobs. Now, GM employs about 150,000 employees worldwide. Wait, hubris was trying to make a joke? I thought you meant humorous and you ruined it. Wait, hubris means you think it's funny? What? No. Oh, I thought you misunderstood the word hubris and that's why you were saying it. You were just making a joke and saying humorous. Got it.
Tariff. Like for a very, very, very long time. So in order to, if VW's on the other side of the tariff with a JV partner.
You're talking about general outsourcing, but he's talking about how Chinese auto manufacturing, which he mentioned started with tariffs on imports in China that pushed those auto companies to manufacture. They're a good example of targeted tariffs.
They're going to have a big cost advantage. So GM had to also jump the tariff. Toyota had to jump the tariff. Everybody does the JVs, joint ventures. And then you want your parts suppliers to come and produce high quality parts. So they come to China. Well, guess what? They probably, once they learn how to make parts in China, they are making parts at a much lower cost. In
Level
China,
A hype
because China's
train.
relatively cheap. And you're starting to use those
never mind.
parts
Hype
to
train died
export
at
to the
level 7.
world. And China, and then local competitors spring up. So China ends up having world-class automotive parts production well before its companies suddenly master EVs. At a certain point, and China was they liked the results of the joint venture, but they didn't completely like the fact that for a while, most of the Chinese market was being met by, auto market was being met by joint venture output. The indigenous Chinese-owned companies were not all that competitive. There was a sense that the auto manufacturers who had a JV were fat and lazy because they were too happy producing through their JVs. So there was a sense that, okay, well, this sector was still a little too foreign dominated. And then there was a correct sense that, well, we should try to take advantage of the transition to EVs. So China, makes it a priority. When China makes something a priority, credit is available to local firms that want to enter the EV market. The state banking system gets mobilized. Local governments start throwing money at it. You get a lot of small companies springing up. China supports the development of an indigenous local battery industry. Then, Tesla's market entry is also viewed as significant. When Tesla enters,
So all I'm getting from this is that China is an op to American labor on the same level, if not greater than capital. Wait, what? No. What do you mean? There would be no manufacturing of competitive, like Chinese labor is only outsourced. Like Chinese labor is only an op because our capital owners brought the fucking labor there or brought the manufacturing there. That's crazy. It's not their fault that they actually were able to develop with all the foreign capital coming in. They were experiencing abject poverty. They had extreme poverty. Yeah, they should have just kept that. They should have just been relegated to the peasant class. They should have never been able to develop. They should have never been a competitive labor force capable of precise manufacturing. Fucked up that they did is the argument at that point. What matters now is how do we recreate our industrial base? The Chinese working class are not our enemies, chatter. China as a state is not even our enemy. If you want to understand who's responsible for this situation, look no further than those who own capital. Yeah, why would the Chinese state guarantee US labor welfare? Why would the Chinese state think about anything other than other than improving the material conditions of their citizens? If you're going to get mad at someone, get mad at our state. If you're going to get mad at someone, get mad at our capital owners. Get mad at capitalism. That's why I always jokingly say, like, if you want to beat China, if that's like your goal, then you kind of have to be China. That's what I'm saying. Yes, American capital is collapsing while China will remain. I don't see a resolution for American labor. That's what I'm saying, is that we can't recreate our industrial base. It's all downhill for Americans no matter what. That's not true. I'll give you an example. For the last decade, we have been begging America to create a domestic manufacturing hub for solar panels. This was one of the major demands from the Green New Deal. And our fucking animal reactionary corporate media and our right-wing Republican Party and many of the right-wing centrist Democrats aggressively postured against it. We had a fucking decade. We had all the wealth on the planet. We could have just fucking designed these goddamn factories. We could have made cheap solar panels. But we didn't do that. We talk about how, England blew a 13-colony lead. We blew complete global control. We didn't do it because solar is obviously antagonistic to the needs of the fossil fuel industry. So now we're heading down a climate disaster and also simultaneously have no foothold in the next generation of energy around the globe. Because at the end of the day, solar panels and renewable energy in general reduces reliance on fossil fuels. Our entire economy is also anchored around the petrodollar, and we had no investment whatsoever in diversifying our over-reliance on fossil fuel. So now when Iran shuts off the Strait of Hormuz, we have to dump into our strategic petroleum reserves. And our oil and gas industry is booming right now. Oh my God, their profits are doing so well. But are you doing well? No. We didn't build a robust manufacturing hub here for solar panels. Those could have been millions of new jobs, millions of forever jobs. So it's not like we don't have the opportunity, or we didn't have the opportunity. There's always a way to turn this around. It's just that, unfortunately, let's be real, we're too fucking stupid. Like right now, as it stands, and I have hope that we can change the American trajectory. But we are too reactionary and too fucking stupid to change it at the moment. Because people who see the writing on the wall, who are smart enough to recognize what changes are taking place around the globe, are constantly warning about the imminent crisis. But unfortunately, the majority is chock full of reactionary propaganda, and our sophisticated corporate media apparatus designs propaganda in a way to make those smart people, intelligent people, thoughtful people look crazy, look silly. The Green New Deal is the best example of this. Like the fear-mongering around the Green New Deal is the best example of this. We have a crisis in stupidity.
Not required to do a JV, but in order to qualify for Shanghai government local support, has to meet a lot of local content requirements. So a supply chain that serves Tesla can also serve others. And when China sets up their consumer subsidies, in order to qualify for that subsidy, the car initially had to be made in China. The battery had to be made in China. That supported not just the Chinese battery industry, but the Chinese-owned EV industry. And then you get the EVs kind of just taking off. And so all of a sudden, you just get an explosion, which has been built on a foundation from the migration of Western parts makers, copying, emulation, and then an awful lot of industrial policy.
So something people may have heard is this argument that China has overcapacity, that overcapacity is a crisis. This is sort of related maybe to trade imbalances. I don't think that makes a lot of intuitive sense. Like, why is it a problem if they produce more cars than they buy? So how would you describe what the overcapacity issue is?
To me, the most coherent way of defining the concern about Chinese overcapacity is a set of sectors where China produces more than its domestic market can absorb, and where globally China's adding capacity in a sector that in aggregate already has more capacity than there is global demand. So in batteries, for example, China's ability to make batteries is a multiple of current global demand. So there's just no scope for anyone else to enter the market. I think the concern in a sector like autos, where there is overcapacity globally, there are more auto factories in Europe and in the US with capacity than there is demand. So many factories are operating at low levels of capacity or being underused. And there's overcapacity in China. A lot of Chinese factories are not being fully used. And China is adding to its capacity. So China, has the ability to make 55 million cars, which is, well over a half, close to 2/3 of world demand. And that is growing. And so China's expansion necessarily means the exit of capacity elsewhere when there's already spare capacity. Now, you can say that's just the operation of a market. New entrants going to displace old capacity. But it does feel different when a closed market suddenly is adding capacity to an industrial sector where in aggregate there's plenty of capacity and they're squeezing margins, squeezing production out of the rest of the world.
One thing I've heard people ask is, how is this different than America? America rises as a manufacturing juggernaut from being a much more modest economy, when the country is founded. It does over time displace great companies from other countries. It does lead to competition that, is harder for other countries. But I do think economically, America's rise is not in every respect. But
I mean, that is what happened. That is literally what happened. Accelerated by World War II as well. Especially because America, due to its distance from the conflict, was able to recover far better than the rest of the world did at the time, or far better than the rest of the competitive Western industries did. But yeah, that is a big part of it. That's a big part of why America was such a dominant force. He who controls manufacturing controls the world. I just don't understand how you look at key periods of time. Like, I like to point to America's war economy, and it's like post-World War II war economy, as the closest America's ever gotten to like full-blown Chinese-style central planning. That's what it was during the war. And even after that, there was still the residual impact of the central economy, the centralized economic planning. And that's part of the reason why we fucking dominated. What is median strategies, fake posters? What the fuck? What do you want? Why do you keep spamming? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care.
Broadly considered to have been win-win in a lot of ways. So what is different about the rise of America as a manufacturer, like the rise of Detroit, the rise of all these dimensions, from what China is doing?
So our story is much more one of industrial investment for our own rapidly growing internal market. And we only really become a big exporter after World War II when the world's on its back. And that doesn't last that long. China's industrial rise is much more tied to exporting, and it's a much bigger exporter than we ever were.
Yeah, I know. It's the one that had the Hong pole. It's the one that had the Karen Bass pole. I know.
For that brief period after World War II.
So one argument here is simply China is winning. They're outcompeting the world, pretty fair.
Interesting. It's got to be tough to say as a liberal. I don't know how much Ezra leaned into the China is going to implode any day now type narratives. I don't know if he did that himself, but many people on the liberal side for years said over and over again, China's economy is about to implode. China's economy is about to implode. China's economy. Any day now, on the verge of demise. Remember? What did we say? That's not the case. What did they say when we said that's not the case? Oh, you just love eating China's dick. Oh, you're a communist. You love Mao Zedong. You're wrong, and you will see, filthy commie. Enjoy your tofu dreg housing in ghost cities and sewer lard based food substitutes. Enjoy it.
And square here. And if the world doesn't like it, it needs to build better cars, build cheaper solar panels, create stronger supply chains. All this talk of China shocks and a China problem.
Not sewer lard, gutter oil, whatever.
It's just kind of a way to whine and keep China down. And that there's no problem here. Like, it would be great to have cheap Chinese electric vehicles. It's good for the world and the climate transition to have cheap Chinese solar panels. How do you take that argument?
Look, if your only goal is maximizing benefits to consumers in the short run, you should certainly import Chinese EVs, Chinese solar. Why not? Open economics say buy from whoever is cheaper, and then the competition will raise everyone else up. I think that misses a few things. One, it misses the shock that happens to our economies if traditional, even like traditional but still kind of cutting edge sectors disappear. China could supply, out of capacity that it has already built, the entire European auto market, all of it. 10 million cars. No problem. That's just giant compared to the global market. If an industry suddenly goes away, you have all the China Shock 1.0 type effects. Communities that grew up around building cars will just kind of disappear. Now, in the China Shock 2.0, you're not going to be moving to an export sector because no one's exporting to China. So you're going to move to necessarily a services sector. So you're going to become less focused on producing traded goods. Now, you might say,
I mean, that already happened. So he's just basically saying America is going to be even more service sector oriented.
Who cares? On the other hand, in Europe, an awful lot of research and development, an awful lot of innovation actually has emerged out of their automotive sector. So it's not clear these people are going to jump to a more innovative sector. They may jump to less innovative, less well-paid sectors. And in the interim, your economy is gonna suffer. And then I think there's a sense that people have discovered that supply chain dependence can be weaponized. China dominates magnets, rare earths. If you want those magnets, you want those rare earths, you better not tire off China. You better say nice things about China. You better not you better not do what Japan did and say you're going to come to Taiwan's defense if something were to happen. You kind of need to respect China.
It's so funny that they're coming to terms with the fact that China is a superpower. Like, this conversation is basically the bargaining stage of liberals recognizing China's place around the globe as a superpower that is not only competitive with the United States, but actually outcompeting the United States and perhaps maybe even the hegemon, the future hegemon. Like, because everything that they're talking about with respect to like Chinese, with respect to Chinese soft power, with respect to like, what you have to do because China has so much power now is like, yeah, this is what the United States did for the last 100 years. Okay. not 100, but almost 100 years, for the last century or so, almost a century, this is what the United States did. I mean, even down to like Afghanistan, Iraq, you think if another country were to behave that way, that the rest of the world wouldn't fucking react? Look at Russia. Russia is doing America shit in Ukraine. Look at the reaction from the rest of the globe to Vladimir Putin. Look at the reaction from the rest of the world to Russia itself. If Russia didn't have China in its corner right now, and if it wasn't a fucking major energy provider itself, it would be destroyed. So why is it that America gets to do that kind of stuff, but Russia can't? Well, because America was the hegemon for the longest time. And America still has tremendous power at its disposal. The SWIFT system, the petrodollar, these are things that are withering away, partially due to this administration's acceleration, this administration's incompetence. But the reality of the matter is, yes, China is a major power, and therefore we have to treat it as a major power. We can't just say, no, we get to do whatever we want, and you can't do anything about it. I would go so far as to say that we are very fortunate that they are not doing to us what we've done to the rest of the world. 100%. Okay? Can you imagine if China moved like America does? Like, at most, we complain because China's built like artificial islands, right? Oh, they take over coral reefs and they build artificial islands and they put military bases on it. Okay, that's in their backyard. We do that in their backyard. Okay? Like, people complain about the 9-dash line and how much China is just like dominating the South China Sea. Meanwhile, they have their own separate security cooperative agreements, with one exception, obviously Taiwan, and also the Philippines. But that's literally their backyard. At the end of the day, we do that to their backyard. Why the fuck won't the Philippines do a separate security cooperative agreement with China? You think it's in their best interest? No, of course not. It's because we won't let them. So the point I'm trying to make is we should be thanking God every day that China, at least in this stage, this might change. I don't think they will, but we should be thanking God every day that they don't behave in the way that we do. Can you imagine doing Chinese Navy doing joint military exercises in Hawaii with Russia? Okay? Or with Mexico. Chinese Navy doing joint military exercise with the Canadian Navy or the Mexican Navy off the coast of California. That's what we do to them. Chinese naval exercise with the Cuban Navy off the coast of Miami, Florida. You know? What would we do? We'd lose our fucking minds.
If you want access to their supply chain, that's kind of the argument that they are making. That kind of dependence scares people.
Like, imagine China greatly investing into a free Hawaii from colonialism campaign after years and years, like boosting, Polynesian, Samoan culture initiatives, like setting up NGOs in Hawaii for Polynesian culture, Samoan culture, and talking about restoring the Hawaiian kingdom, and then utilizing the global network of NGOs to say, it's really fucked up how America has so many colonies, including Hawaii, technically. I'm not even talking about Guam. Before we get to Hawaii, there's Guam. There's obviously military bases all around the world. Puerto Rico. Radio Free Polynesia, Radio Free Puerto Rico. NGOs that they design, liberation movements or separatist movements that they arm, right? Like there's so much that China could be doing that they don't do. Like a free Tibet, but for Puerto Rico. You know what I mean? Free Tibet, but Hawaii. Fuck it, free Tibet for Mexico, for Texas. That's an even more apt comparison. Free Texas. Texas is Mexican. California is Mexican. I mean, I wouldn't hate the California one, honestly. I would love to exist under the complete control of my glorious queen, Claudia Scheinbaum, but
finally, I would just say, look, if you want to emulate China, if you admire China, you want to emulate, you like the way China's electric vehicle industry has developed. It did not develop just...
Doesn't Chinese poverty start to look a little worse in the U.S. when you use U.S. poverty standards, even after accounting for Chinese subsidization? Yes, China is still objectively a much poorer nation than the United States of America. This is true. But you have to look at their living circumstances. There's like still very poor areas. Holy shit. IMEU, YouGov poll, they leaked it. I thought that they were going to make this poll revelation on my stream, but I guess they leaked it already. This was going to happen next week, but I guess they released it ahead of time. I will be talking to someone from IMEU. Percentage who say Israel is committing a genocide against Palestinians: Michigan 80%, Nevada 78%, New Hampshire 78%, New Mexico 76%, Virginia 72%, South Carolina 57%.
By throwing the doors open. It did not develop without industrial policy. China's EV industry developed behind some of the highest tariffs in the world at the time, 25%. Huge local preference. You know, Chinese-made battery, ideally from a Chinese company. Chinese-made car, could be a Tesla, but it was going to be Tesla made in China with 90% Chinese content. And then an awful lot of local government support. There are stories of entire factories being built, not by the company, but by the local government to the specifications of the company. So there's a story of protection and industrial policy that leads to the creation of this sector. You throw your doors open to China, you're going to get the cheap cars, but you're not going to get the EV industry. And I think many countries are reluctant to just cede more industrial ground to China.
So for a long time, the critique that you heard in American trade debate most often of China is that they were a currency manipulator. Then you stopped hearing that as much. I think your view is that that has actually become a bigger part of the story again. So let's do this in two parts. What is currency manipulation? Why does it matter? And then what has been the sort of roller coaster, or where are we on the roller coaster of Chinese currency manipulation?
Sometimes currency manipulation is just like a currency whose value we don't like, which is, I think, how the president sometimes used to use it. He hasn't been talking as much about it. But the more accurate way of defining it would be a country that has an undervalued currency. You can quantify that. And so you look for...
Genuine question, as a fellow train lover, how do you deal with the contradiction when China wants to export cheap cars everywhere but will lead to more car-centric infrastructure because it's so cheap? What are you talking about? China literally has high-speed rail. China, in many respects, is very similar to America, except much better in terms of its public transport alternatives. Yeah, they got trains too, buddy. They could export cheap train cars as well. Or, fuck it, we could make them here. I know we forgot about this, you know? It's like, oh, we can't go back to the moon. The scientists forgot how to get there, you know? We lost the ancient recipes. But, like, we kind of didn't lose the ancient recipes. We could just make this shit here, you know? I wish.
Or a surplus that's bigger than you would expect given the underlying characteristics of the economy. Factor one. And factor two is government or quasi-government intervention in the foreign currency market. So it's not just the outcome of differences in monetary policy. There's a government with its finger on the FX market, buying currency to hold the currency down. China met both of those definitions unambiguously from 2003 to 2012. There was a political decision not to call them a manipulator. Now, during the latter part of their period, they're letting their currency appreciate. So they're kind of correcting the undervaluation, which is part of the reason why they weren't named. China is now back through its state banks buying a lot of foreign currency in the market, $50 billion a month, $600 billion a year. So there's a much clearer case that China is manipulating now than there was in the past. Trump hasn't taken interest in this. The Europeans, though, have. And so I think what you're seeing is that this becomes shifting from being an American debate to being a global debate.
When we were preparing for this conversation, something I found myself thinking about a lot was the question of whether or not it matters if the competition is fair.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say for a long time, the narrative that at least we were comfortable with in this was a very procedural narrative about China betraying the principles of free trade. They are a currency manipulator who is keeping their currency artificially cheap in order to make their exports cheaper. Or, they're doing all these industrial subsidies, and are you really supposed to do those under the World Trade Organization? And it's a very sort of liberals who believe in the system way of thinking about the problem, that the problem is China's cheating. And I'm not saying cheating can't be a problem, but there's clearly quite a few places now where China is just winning, or they've gotten to a place where they can win. And so I guess my question is the problem that some of China's advantages are unfair, right? They're back to currency manipulation, their currency seems artificially cheap. Or is just the problem that from a national interest perspective, from an interdependence and weaponization perspective, that, Germany, Europe, the United States, it would be a mistake to just allow their industries to get wiped out. That the question here is not an abstract commitment to free trade. It is what creates a kind of healthy national ecosystem.
Look, I increasingly lean towards we just want these kinds of industries. We don't want full-on dependence. We don't have to rely on arguments about procedural violation of rules, which feel a bit dated in a world where we ourselves are clearly not following the most basic of the rules. And, the rules have a lot of complexity. You're allowed to subsidize under the rules. You're not supposed to subsidize if it's to substitute for imports. Well, if you subsidize a sector and everything in that sector previously was imported, are you import substituting or are you just subsidizing that sector? Is a government-guided fund that puts money into private equity funds and venture funds to invest in chip manufacturing, is that a subsidy? Yes and no. It may not be a subsidy under the rules. So the rules themselves are contested and not uniformly followed. And to some degree, in certain sectors, I think we care much more about outcomes than about the rules. That's obvious in sectors of national security importance. So a lot of the rare earths, famous sector, have very, very direct and important military applications. We should probably not, even if China played completely fairly, want to be 100% dependent on China for the supplies of those key materials. And then you kind of have to work further from that. Where does the line come about what do you care about? Where do you just care about the outcome? And where are you going to rely more on arguments around procedural fairness? And then I think on the flip side, China itself clearly cared about the outcome, not the procedural fairness.
What would you say the Trump administration, across its two terms, and I realize they've been different in important ways, has gotten right about China? I mean, if Trump has been disruptive on how America has thought about anything, it has been China. And what do you think they've gotten wrong in their either China orientation or their China policy?
There is something a little strange about Trump's first term, because the first term, 2017, 2018, it's like the U.S. political system reacted to the China shock 5 to 10 years after the first China shock happened. So the timing was maybe strange, but a lot of the policy direction, I would agree, was more or less right. I think it was right to broadly say that the WTO rules, which were thought to be constraining China, had become a constraint on ourselves. China was really good at finding ways of achieving outcomes by living on the edge of the rules. I think the targeted first wave of tariffs were actually sort of in sectors where it was reasonable, generally speaking, to have tariffs.
And you're talking here in the first term?
First term, yeah. So like in the first term, the tariffs were basically on China. In the second term, the tariffs were basically on everyone. And I am much more comfortable with putting tariffs on China, particularly now because, you know, China's economy.
Trade protectionism only works if you have trade to protect. I am not a free marketeer. I never have been, and I never will be. Okay? But if you were to actually do trade protectionism, you have to ensure that you have some kind of trade to protect. This is why, as much as I would love low-cost and beautifully designed Chinese electric vehicles, I understand why America engages in broad tariffs against such things to stop them from entering the American market so that we have some semblance of an automobile industry. The problem is, free market is fucking bullshit. It's not real, right? Obviously, America's never abided by that standard. There's no such thing as fairness in capitalism. It doesn't work that way. But what's frustrating about this is we don't even fucking have any industry, man. We don't have any industry. We cannot, because it's at this stage, without a command economy, without central planning, we will never be able to keep up with China. It will forever remain the global manufacturing hub of the planet, and it will only grow in its power, and it will do whatever the fuck it wants to as we slowly but surely continue experiencing more Gary Indiana-style situations all around the country. And now China's already moved into the realm of entertainment as well. They're going to start dominating us there too. There's just no way to solve this problem without solving capitalism, without fixing capitalism. As long as capitalism remains, as long as capital is the domineering force, we will never be able to compete against China. We will never be able to do anything. It's that simple. Second thought video on China too.
Okay.
China is beating the US by every metric. And when we say that, you know what's crazy, by the way? You know what's really frustrating about all this? They never stop yelling at us for being right, but too early. People never stop yelling about the fact that we were just right all along about China. Now they're coming to that conclusion, but they won't stop. They won't stop punishing us from being right. They won't stop punishing us for being right, but too early. Like, oh, dude, how dare you? When I was saying China was on the verge of collapse and you were telling me no, and I yelled at you and said you're a fucking CCP dick rider, you love Mao Zedong. Well, guess what? You were right about that. I'm arriving at that conclusion now, but fuck you anyway. It's like, dude, well, if you recognize that now, if you recognize my conclusions now, then you have to fucking, yeah, dog. I know you like collars. Yeah, this shirt is crazy. It's a Yoji Yamamoto shirt. Got collars upon collars. But my point is, then listen to my warning now. Not that you ever will. No one ever will. Everyone's like, oh, you're a fucking dummy. You're a stupid socialist. Fuck you. But
economy has shifted dramatically and become much more export-oriented, much more of a competitive threat now than it was then.
I've never understood what to do with these collars, by the way. Because, like, you got the normal collar here. Yeah, the Japanese have gone crazy. They put collars on collars. You got the normal collar here. And then you got you have two additional collars here. And they got buttons on them as well. And I have no idea what the fuck you're supposed to do with it. You can double pop it if you want. Bro, you got to flip the inner one up. I mean, it's not like strong enough. It's not hard enough to stay in place. You know what I mean? It's in the lookbook. I've never seen it. I've never seen the lookbook. Undo the top button? Why? You only double pop if you went to... You stack them. They're designed to be stacked. Anyway, let's continue with this.
So I think Trump 1 got that bit right. Like Bob Lighthizer, the United States Trade Representative in Trump's first term, was sort of the first step of moving us from the WTO consensus to a world of reciprocal interdependence, supply chain vulnerability, supply chain warfare, concerns about a world where everything is using a more militarized vocabulary.
The whole world is rooting for Iran. What is it? I've been stunned by the many number of officials from a wide variety of countries who, while hardly favoring Iran or feeling much empathy for the Islamic Republic, have privately expressed to me a huge sigh of relief over Tehran's success in thwarting the U.S.-Israeli aggression. Yeah. I mean, it makes total sense. America is a fucking behemoth. America's a fucking behemoth. Us receiving a bloody nose in the Strait of Hormuz is a good thing for us as well. Okay? It's good for us as Americans. If it forces American restraint and it forces us to recalculate how we operate, then it's good. An important point by Eli Clifton and Ian Lustig. The biggest cost of the U.S.-Israel relationship is not in dollars, but in opportunity cost and path dependency. In other words, closing off America's freedom of action. It's not just good for the rest of the world if we are no longer this towering behemoth that's dominating the rest of the planet at a moment's notice, whenever we fucking feel like it, but it's actually good for us in general. It's good for Americans as well. Because the current the current modus operandi for the United States is not beneficial for the rest of the world. It's certainly not beneficial for them. But it's not beneficial for those who are living in the United States either. You know? We don't get to see any of the benefits anyway. Fucking bullshit.
Even around economic exchange. Trump 1 was still pretty unilateral. There was a famous story, I think, in another newspaper where, President Macron asked, well, maybe we should negotiate something together. So they're negotiating phase 1, the deal. And President Trump was like, no. We've done the tariffs. All the benefits should go to us. This has to flow to us. And so there was an element in the first term of unilateralism, which obviously becomes unilateralism on steroids over time.
So maybe before then we get to Trump too, it's worth talking about Biden.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of Democratic criticism of the way Trump talks about China, to some degree of Trump's tariffs on China. But the Biden team comes in. They largely keep the tariffs, in some cases expand them into new areas. They begin doing more to limit the export of what they consider to be strategically important technologies like advanced chips to China. They put on higher tariffs on EVs, and they do a lot of industrial policy that actually looks sort of like the way you're describing Chinese industrial policy. So the Inflation Reduction Act is trying to build a domestic...
See, this is bullshit. No disrespect to Ezra, but this does not hold a fucking candle to Chinese industrial policy. That is crazy. Okay? No, it shows the limitations of capitalism. This is 100% a clear-cut, demonstrable limitation of liberal capitalism. Those motherfuckers move mountains, dude. Sometimes literally, like sometimes figuratively, but sometimes literally, many times literally. They move cities, they move mountains. They have 5-year plans. They have growth targets in specific sectors, and they deploy the flows of capital in that direction. Okay? It is ridiculous. The idea that like the CHIPS Act or the IRA or Build Back Better it can hold a candle to that kind of mass scale industrial planning is ridiculous. And therein lies the problem. That's why I always say, like, if in order to beat China, if we want to compete against China and beat China, whatever that means, we have to be China.
Supply chain for things like solar panels and wind turbines. And now they're more okay with it being, in friendly countries too. But there's a lot of Buy American standards on all of this. And they begin talking a lot in terms of strategic technological competition. AI is a big thing for them in the AI competition with China. How do you think about the way the Biden administration approached this and both kind of tweaked but didn't upend like the Trump one approach?
It probably, in my view at least, didn't go far enough. It wasn't just clean energy, although that was certainly a big focus. It also included semiconductors. Mm-hmm. And in semiconductors, at the time, the concern was dependence on Taiwan, which was vulnerable to pressure from China, certainly vulnerable, would put the U.S. in a difficult position if China were ever to put an embargo or attack Taiwan. And at a certain point, the U.S. just made a decision that we did not want China to have access to the world's best, certainly not the ability to make the world's best chips. Too many risks associated with that. I think that was the right decision, but it unambiguously was viewed by China as a directly hostile act. And I think if someone had done that to us, we would have viewed it as a directly hostile act. So it put us into a unambiguous world of rivalry and competition, and in a position where there is no way.
I think another part of the problem is like China is too resilient, and no matter what we do, they just keep winning. A lot of people will say, "Oh, do nothing win," when they talk about Xi Jinping. It's like those motherfuckers are they're never doing nothing. They're always doing something. Like even with the chips, America went to the Netherlands and told them that the Netherlands, which had the technology for the latest lithography machines that are necessary for chips production, okay, we told the Netherlands you can't sell these to China. Okay, well then they went back to the drawing board and were able to make it themselves. They did. And while we thought we were stopping their productive capabilities their production capabilities by at least a decade, they were able to move the timeline to a year. Yes, the EUV lithograph, is that how you say it? Like lithography? Is that, I don't know how you say it. It's just the fucking machine, the extreme ultraviolet lithography, the machines that make the chips. Not the latest chips though, no. Dude, it doesn't matter. The fact that they are still like, they were able to buy the lower tier lithography machines and now they're capable of mass producing it means that the timeline has moved up dramatically. Lithography? Lithography? I don't know how you say it. The fucking chip machine, man. I'm not smart enough, okay? I'm not a goddamn nerd. Yeah, then they write articles about how China built its Manhattan project to rival the West in AI chips. Shenzhen team completed a working prototype of an EUV machine in early 2025. The lithography machine, built by former ASML engineers, fills a factory floor, sources say. China's EUV machine is still undergoing testing and has not yet produced working chips. Government is targeting 2028 for working chips, but sources say 2030 is more likely. EUV is still far away. We need to stay humble. I mean, even this was unforeseeable. Okay? This was unexpected and unforeseeable. Can they produce consumer grade RAM, please? Yes, they will. And then the American government will make it illegal for you to purchase it. They'll come to your house and break down your door with masked ICE agents and arrest you for purchasing Chinese goods. They already are making RAM. And yes, it is much more affordable. If there's one thing that China always does, it is exceed their benchmarks, their targets. They end up accomplishing those tasks far before people predict them, and we consistently underestimate their capabilities.
China is not going to try to engineer us out of their chip supply chains. That's become a national priority. And so we are trying to reduce all our vulnerabilities to Chinese economic coercion at the same time. But it didn't really go far enough in critical minerals, rare earths. I mean, there was plenty of talk about it, but there wasn't enough action, not enough on active pharmaceutical ingredients, where either the medicine or the key chemical precursors are almost 100% sourced from China. So I think, it was a step in a necessary direction. It was controversial because of industrial strategy, industrial policy.
Yeah, we're number one in copium production. China will never catch up on that. That's true. Yeah, make no mistake. If there is a global force in copium production, in copious amounts of copium production, it is us. Okay? We're number one in copium.
Long time, the thought was that was something other countries did. It wasn't something that America did. And it wasn't something we're necessarily very good at. And in some cases...
And it's crazy because they didn't mass produce copium elsewhere and then feed it to the American population in the same way that opium destroyed the Chinese population. Which, by the way, love him or hate him, shouts out to Mao Zedong. They really nipped that shit in the bud. That was huge. One of the most successful rehabilitative recovery programs of all time. Like, historic improvements in that field. That was under Mao. Meanwhile, yeah, we're doing mass copium distribution, mass facilitation of copium. There's a real copium epidemic in America.
Rare earths and the magnets like active ingredients.
Homegrown.
It means finding ways to incentivize production in sectors where you know you can't compete with China on cost.
So that then brings us to Trump 2.
Mm-hmm.
And so how would you rate what they have done and where it has hit the right balance and where it's been off?
So in general, I have noted on many times that I like Bob Lighthizer trade policy, i.e. Trump's first term, better than I like Donald Trump's trade policy, i.e. Trump's second term. Lighthizer was careful to only threaten things that the U.S. economy could sustain. So, the tariff level was set at 25%, which, people didn't like paying it, but you could afford to pay it. He didn't cover all of trade, so there was always a little more trade you could bring into that tariff. Trump had a theory of the case in his second term, which worked for most of the world, but didn't work for China. And the theory of the case is, well, trade's rigged against us. We need to raise our tariffs. And you need to lower your tariffs, lower your barriers to U.S. exports to put trade on a more fair footing. You shouldn't, in other words, retaliate for our...
Yeah, except what are they to buy? Like, what? Is there products that the Chinese population is like vying for that they simply cannot purchase? What is the product that America creates that, regular Chinese society is like, I really wish I fucking had my hands on this shit. Okay? F-35s, I guess? Like, what is it? We make burger, porn, and tanks. Okay? We make guns, burger, porn, tanks. And when I say tanks, I don't mean like literal weapons of war. I'm talking about the F-350. That's what I'm talking about. Like, what could we even sell to half of these goddamn countries? You know what I mean? Not even just China, but like, what could we sell? NFTs, dude? That's what we're going to sell to China? NFTs. Gambling. Our major growth sector of gambling and pornography. Why won't China purchase our gambling apps? Guns, small arms trafficking. Why won't China purchase Smith & Wesson weapons so they can give it to their citizens so people can shoot one another like we do? Why won't Cambodia purchase F-150s, a fleet? Why won't the UK purchase salmonella chicken? Why is nobody purchasing our goods? We want to sell them. Yeah. Fun fact, the U.S. sells weapons to one or more sides in about 2/3 of the world's active conflicts. Yeah, National Cattlemen Beef Association is mad. Trump is saying that they're going to they're going to import cattle now to allow the American cattle industry to grow its supply again, to improve the number of cattle that we have. National Cattlemen's Beef Association says no calf producer in America is asking for increased imports. Undercutting American farmers and ranchers with inferior product from foreign competitors is nothing to create market confidence or encourage rebuilding the herd. We're also killing live horses. Yeah, I've heard wild horses. Yeah. We're eradicating the wild horses. Hasan, do not show to Navy Hasanabi heads. What is this?
Ethos. On the Shandong, the morale of the crew is heavily influenced by the quality of food and drinks provided.
Stop.
Well, they're not your average cooks. These folks are highly skilled chefs. Probably the kind you'd find in fancy restaurants.
Stop.
They've got the expertise to whip up delicious meals without any Gordon Ramsay-style drama. But it's not just about taste. The menu is carefully planned to ensure the crew gets the right mix of nutrition and calories. They focus on fiber and protein over fat, keeping everyone in top shape. And get this, they offer 7 meals a day. Yep, you heard that right.
What?
This variety accommodates the crew's different schedules and dietary needs, making sure everyone gets what they need.
Bro, sources on the ground told me that there were some people on USS Lincoln that watched this video, and that's the reason why they tried to kill themselves. Yeah. Sources on the ground. Sources at USS Lincoln are reporting that this video was distributed amongst the regular ranks. And as soon as they watched it, they try to jump off the top of the ship.
When they need it. And here's the clever part. Spreading out the meal times prevents long lines and keeps the kitchen running smoothly. After all, you don't want half the ship waiting in line for food at the same time. It's all about efficiency here. One standout dish aboard China's aircraft carriers is the carrier chili sauce, known for its robust flavor and reported nutritional value. It's a crew favorite, although some find it best enjoyed with rice due to its intense heat. Made from basic ingredients like beef mince, chili pepper.
This is why you're so low on the fact meter on the media bias chart. Why? Because I'm making a joke. Is it legal for Americans to join their army? Oh.
Black beans, garlic, and chicken essence. It's especially popular among crew members on night shifts, as it helps stave off fatigue. On board, there's a convenient supermarket offering a variety of everyday.
Did I just see Starbucks? Wait, stop.
On board.
Bro, they're eating Doritos in their fucking, on their aircraft carriers. They're still selling Doritos
There's
and
a convenient
Starbucks
supermarket
coffee. What
offering
the
a
fuck?
variety of everyday items, personal hygiene products.
I guess that's one complete cultural victory. I guess we got that. We got our treats still.
And food at reasonable prices. While the crew gets their meals for free, they can purchase additional snacks or other items here if they wish. The Shandong features a library stocked with plenty of non-fiction books, offering crew members the chance to explore topics of interest during their downtime. For instance, there's a book titled The History of the War of Resistance Against America and Reinforcement of the Korean Peninsula, focusing on the Korean War. In their leisure time, sailors can also relax in recreational rooms, where they can indulge in activities like playing video games, watching TV, or connecting with loved ones on social media. While off-duty life is relatively independent, on-duty hours are characterized by social collaboration. On the
So funny. Our U.S. Navy sailors don't know how to read, man. All right. Enough with this video. What the fuck are we doing, man? What are we doing?
tariffs. China retaliated. China said this is coercive. Plus, China knew they were going to be in the crosshairs. She did a good job of getting ready. He'd spent 4 years plotting this out. So China retaliates. We counter-retaliate. China retaliates some more. We retaliate again, and we push tariffs up to 145%. You might think that gives us more leverage. We've completely cut off trade. It turned out to be the opposite. Our economy couldn't sustain 145% tariffs on pretty much everything coming from China. So the administration was in a position where they needed to negotiate a rollback in the tariffs. There's a rare earths component as well. But
where China was holding back rare earths, which would cripple our manufacturing.
Yeah, so that was real.
Mm-hmm.
But I think even if China had not done that, even without the supply chain restrictions, the administration knew it needed to roll back the 145% tariffs.
Yeah, okay. Well, what now, libtard? One U.S. Army unit is offering 4 bonus days off to play Grand Theft Auto for soldiers who re-enlist. That's right. How about that, dude? How about that? And they get free HRT. They get free fucking TRT. Abysmal. American military supremacy is so dead. Yeah, they need to commit to 2 years minimum to get the Grand Theft Auto time off, dude. It's crazy. Morale problems. What morale problems? Yeah, if you want... yeah, you get 4 paid days off if you re-enlist so you can die for Israel. Sick. That's awesome. Yeah, what now, dude? I bet China doesn't have provisions like that.
The example that I like to give is that in the summer of Trump's first year with 100-ish plus tariffs, all the retailers who import artificial Christmas trees, which all come from China, think Christmas tree ornaments, think holidays. Well, those are things that are actually typically imported during the summer. Now, if you're paying 150% tariff, you're going to have to triple whatever your retail price or something crazy. And the Christmas tree importers weren't sure, because they're building up inventory ahead of a future sale, that American consumers would be willing to pay that higher price. So they just stopped importing. And, when there's a hole, and there are other places where companies were having to pay that price for a part, and that would render their ability to export utterly uncompetitive. So it was too broad, too high, too fast. It was disrupting the U.S. economy. That was a mistake. And I think Lighthizer, in his first term, got it closer to right. Don't ever escalate to the point where you're put on tariffs that you aren't willing to maintain. The other side will realize that you are looking for a face-saving way to pull things back. That was, I would say, mistake 1. Mistake 2 was the breadth of the tariffs. Not targeted reasonably by countries. Just everyone got hit with the Liberation Day tariffs, in some cases very, very, very high tariffs. That alienated a bunch of countries that themselves were worried about trade with China. So it kind of took away the possibility of building a broader coalition against China. So that's first problem with these very, very broad tariffs. Second problem with the very, very broad tariffs was that they ended up being done in kind of irrational, to my mind, ways. We were tariffing at really high levels Canadian aluminum. All right. Canadian aluminum is, not that this administration cares, but it's made in a kind of green way, trapped hydropower in Quebec. It has been part of our aluminum industry since World War II, when the bombers were built with Canadian aluminum. There is no national security threat. It is essential to our market. The primary aluminum market doesn't clear in the U.S. without Canadian imports, which meant that just prices shot up. And then the final problem was hey, aluminum is electricity distilled, incredibly energy intensive and electricity intensive. So it is competing with data centers for power. And so even with the really high tariffs.
This guy's anti-China though, right? Yes, but he's also he's also basically describing, or at least recognizing China's rise in global prominence, China's rise to power, and its impact on the American economy. But they're at least like enlightened liberals who recognize the downsides, but they can't identify how it happened, I guess. Because they're still giving credit to like Trump's they're basically giving credit, or he's basically giving credit to Donald Trump recognizing the dangers of China before other Americans moved, like before other electeds moved in that direction, which I think is silly because they're also refusing to understand why China's rise happened. And if you can't comprehend why China's rise happened, if you just simply think, oh, well, you know, they just, one day they just got really good at making shit because we sent our manufacturing over there, and that's it. And there's nothing we can do about it. Then you're never going to be able to solve the problem. And there's a good deal of like they're cheating in this conversation as well. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, though. Mark Lynch wrote on Foreign Affairs, The End of the American Middle East. Here's Truda reporting on us first, or looking at the first opening paragraph. The American Middle East is finished. The regional order that has prevailed since 1991 has been one that many casualties of the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran. The American and Israeli failure to dislodge the regime in Tehran has proved the bankruptcy of the decades of sanctions and violence. More and more Americans are now coming to terms with this reality, which I really appreciate. But what will we do next is what matters most. And I don't think that Americans are going to wake up to this reality and then instead change our trajectory, change course. I suspect we're just going to double down. U.S. 30-year treasuries erase gains from buyback announcement. Scott Besson, who made his billions helping Soros break currencies in the 1990s, should recognize what this sort of intervention failure signals. So now this is exactly the opposite message we've been getting from Warsh, who says the market price is a useful signal and that traders should be playing ball. Besson says buybacks could be bigger than the $4 billion we announced. And now he's saying U.S. yields don't reflect underlying fundamentals. It has been kind of funny watching so many of these liberals, though, who spent a good deal of time talking about China's imminent decline, imminent demise, turn around and be like, why is China such a fucking behemoth?
President Trump appears to have
Anyway, let's look at this fixer, Michael Cohen, now.
reconciled with one of his most outspoken critics. His name, Michael Cohen. You may remember he turned on Trump after working as his political fixer. This week, he interviewed the president, who suggested that Cohen was forced to testify against him. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with the latest on this. Ed, I have to say, I did not have this on my bingo card. They were like the Taylor Swift song. We are never, ever, 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 ever getting back together. I don't know what to say.
But to quote another Taylor Swift song, Gail, the bad blood, if you will, between the president and his former fixer is legendary, and the two have spent years sparring publicly and in court about what Cohen did for Trump back in the day, but they appear to be moving on with a radio interview once thought unthinkable.
You and I have obviously traveled a pretty rocky road together.
A stunning, unexpected reunion between President Trump and his former fixer and personal attorney, Michael Cohen. Excerpts of the friendly interview released Thursday night made only passing reference to their turbulent history.
They weaponized you. They weaponized a lot of people. And I respect the fact that you recanted everything you said. And that's a big thing that you did.
Cohen began working for Trump in 2006 and once famously said he'd take a bullet for his boss. Cohen stayed with Trump through the 2016 election, but went on to serve time in prison for campaign finance violations related to payments he arranged.
This is his mea culpa. It turns out he wasn't doing a mea culpa for about working for Trump. but instead was doing a mea culpa to Trump.
To silence adult film star Stormy Daniels and former Playboy model Karen McDougal, who claimed they'd had sex with Trump. Trump has consistently denied those allegations. After getting out of prison, Cohen testified before Congress.
Mr. Trump is a con man.
Oh!
He asked me to pay off an adult film star with whom he had an affair and to lie about it to his wife, which I did.
In 2024, he gave similar testimony in the so-called hush money criminal case against Trump, recounting how then-candidate Trump had promised to reimburse him for those payments to Daniels and McDougal. Trump was ultimately convicted on 34 counts of falsifying business records and is actively appealing. Cohen hasn't recanted his testimony, but said he felt pressured by prosecutors. After years of sparring with each other in public, they reminisced and appeared to patch things up on Thursday.
Boss, you remember when I was by your side? I literally used to analyze.
Oh my God!
polls, right?
Oh my God! It's so fucking pathetic, dude. Also, I think liberals are doubly pathetic as well for like highlighting this dude, revitalizing his career, treating him like a hero, and just like the dog that he is, he went back barking for daddy.
The polls are
exactly.
Boss.
You might be wondering, why on earth is Cohen willing to do this? Well, he says he decided to reconcile with Trump, quote, for myself, for my health, for my family. He's also resubmitted an application for a pardon and had yet to hear back from the White House. The rest of this interview is set to be released on Sunday, so we'll be waiting to hear if Cohen raises it directly with the president. Kelly?
Well, Ed, perhaps these two are in their forgiveness era. All right, thank you.
So I want to go back to 2016 if we can, because you and I have obviously traveled a pretty rocky road together. Do you remember, sir, when I went on CNN with Breonna Keeler and she told me that you were underwater in the polls and I responded with those famous two words, says who, which became some worldwide meme.
And good advocate, and then they weaponized you like nobody's ever been weaponized, like few have been.
Well, maybe just you and I, sir.
And you, yeah, me too, but I don't consider mine, mine was at a level that.
He's doing the desperate for pussy voice, but instead desperate for pardon voice.
Nobody's ever seen before. But they weaponized you. They weaponized a lot of people. And I respect the fact that you recanted everything you said. And that's a big thing that you did. That's a very big thing.
Sir, you may remember that following morning you called me into the office after, and then you gave me one of those traditional Trump slaps on the shoulder, and you said to me, F them. You're stronger than them. We've got this. Now, the funny thing is that CNN never apologized. They never retracted anything. And now, years later, CNN, MS Now, and the other left-leaning outlets, they're doing the exact same thing, constantly talking about you being underwater with favorability numbers. Mr. President, what do you say to these people who keep bringing up polls when you're not even running for office again?
Yeah, woke one gave everyone who was remotely critical of Trump a microphone, no matter what they had done. That's when the Lincoln Project was designed. That's where the bulwark came from. If you were in any way, shape, or form critical of Trump, but in the past were Republican, MSNBC would be like, I will suck your cock on camera, on television. Please. Let's talk to you and you only and no one else. And it was crazy because they were not like, this was not representative of a major constituency at all. Yeah, they did it with John Bolton. So fucking dumb.
What's the point? And I think that we're doing really well in the polls, the real polls. If I were running today, I think I'd win by 25 points. I think we'd win by a lot. The economy has never been stronger. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever seen before. You take a look at what's going on with Venezuela. It was a one-day deal. It was actually a 40.
Who sucked Bolton's cock? What do you mean? John Bolton is on CNN on a nightly basis, or was.
48-minute deal. We had, it was an attack where we took a truly bad person out of the country, including the wife, out of the country and now standing trial. This was a very evil man. And the country, we are involved very much with the country, taking out millions and millions of barrels of oil. And that goes right into our treasury. We've done, the Venezuela was amazing. And now with Iran, they will never have a nuclear weapon. We're controlling, essentially controlling, and soon controlling the Straits. We're doing very well with Iran. The press doesn't like to say that, although a lot of the press does say it, because the Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, the leadership is gone. Part of the problem is so many of the leaders are gone. It's not easy to make a deal. Nobody knows who's leading. But I think the public sees what we're doing because Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. And I think the public sees it, and I think they appreciate it and they respect it. And I tell them they'll be a little higher for your...
I've done this man's podcast. I went on the Michael Cohen podcast.
Energy cost, but they'll be a little bit higher for gasoline. I had it down to $1.85 a barrel. And then I said, but we have to make a journey to the Middle East because we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And that's what happened. And we've been very effective. We've wiped them out, militarily wiped out.
Yeah. I've been on the Mea Culpa podcast. This is my Mea Culpa. Don't lie to me. Don't love him by me. This is my Mea Culpa. You don't have to do it every time. Yes, I do. Oh, baby, don't you lie to me. I love this song. It's so good. It's fine by me. Yeah, see?
Some of them went in and they're hugging and kissing.
Take this nation into the future.
Really likely, that's probably what's going to happen. Manchin and Sinema are two immediate people I can think of that will play the role of the spoiler within the Democratic Party. And I think Joe Biden needs to do more to whip the Democratic caucus in general.
Oh my God, I've been saying the same shit for years, dude. God, I hate this. Nobody listens to me. Oh God. It's the same shit. Oh my God. Why do you guys even fucking watch the stream? Just rewatch what I said 10 years ago and you'll probably hear the same fucking problems. The same issues with the Democratic Party, the same issues with the Republican Party. I randomly clicked 12 minutes into this fucking podcast from 5 years ago, and I'm saying the same things that I said yesterday. Let's do another one.
Follow through on it, and I don't believe he will be able to on any of it. I want the left of Joe Biden. I wish they were more aggressive. I am certainly to the left of Joe Biden. But I want him to genuinely follow through on it, and I don't believe he will be able to on any of it for that matter.
What a shame, because I'm looking at the first 100 days of this administration, and I have to give him pretty high marks for what he has actually accomplished. But what he's accomplished is...
Yeah, you've been saying the same shit for so long that you witnessed Michael Cohen go from pro-Trump to anti-Trump and now back to pro-Trump. This is my mea culpa.
It's only in a certain number of areas, right? So the number of vaccinations that have gone into the arms of Americans, absolutely fantastic. Far exceeded any...
To say, look, you're not going to do this job. You don't want to do this job for the prices that we want you to do this job for. So we're going to use these guys instead who are desperate.
Agreed.
Oh, I'm talking about...
winning the war as Trumpian candidates are taking over state government and push through these regressive voter legislation.
I'd like to watch someone mutually go insane with me as the country crashes and burns. It just sucks because, No one fucking listens, man. No one listens to me. I mean, you guys do. It's just annoying. It's annoying to be right and to be undermined all the time for being right, and then have people arrive at our positions, but then refuse to listen to our current positions that are also right, but too early once again. Like so many of these goddamn liberals constantly yell not at what I'm saying, but about what they assume I'm saying. And it's so frustrating. I feel like you're forgetting that you recently were just a part of a huge slew of electoral victories, so people who are in your corner, law. I know, but it's just still annoying.
Now they have some missiles, they have some drones. Their capacity to build them is very low right now compared to what it was 5 months ago. It was 5 months ago they were knocking them out. Now it's very hard for them to knock out anything. They're in bad shape. They have inflation that's 300%. Their currency is valueless. It's virtually valueless. Sure. Their military is not being paid. So they're in bad shape. But the key, the reason I did it, and we had no choice, and I would have done it again 100 times, they cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't be having a nuclear weapon.
And why not just then turn around and tell the American people? The one thing that you may feel some frustration going on right now economically, the price of gas and so on, but why not just turn around and say to the American people, you know what you get to do? You get to go to sleep at night with knowledge that there will be no intercontinental ballistic nuclear missile being fired towards the United States, because they don't have the capability, and they've never developed that capability. That's the only reason why. It's just not like their ballistic missile range is, maybe Eastern Europe. That's their maximum range. Oh my God. They had it with their theocracy, sir. You know exactly what they would be doing right now.
So I do tell that the press doesn't get it out, and I say it often. I said it the other day at a big rally I had with the police out on Long Island, and we have these unbelievable rallies. The rallies are potentially bigger than ever. I mean, if we did rallies, as an example, if we did rallies now, nobody ever had rallies like this. Their potential, I think they're bigger than ever. There's a great spirit for what's going on, especially in light of what's happening with all these crazy theories and policies and lunatics that are running. You have lunatics that would destroy the country, and they're being put in the Democrat Party. I think they'll be wiped out in the election because the people are too smart to allow that to happen. It's never worked. In 1,000 years, that stuff has never worked, and it's not going to work now. But they're not even smart people. You watch some of them, half of them can't even speak properly. So I think we're doing very well. We are letting people know about that. We're letting people know that, it's wonderful to say everything's good, but you can't. If you had a country like that, and they're crazy, if you had a country like that, they would absolutely use the nuclear weapon without question. And so I stopped that. And I stopped it cold with the B-2 bombers. I also stopped it, the JCPOA.
Is there a single thing that the Republicans, the reactionary right, actually fear that they haven't invented? I think about it all the time, but like 99% of Republican fears are just completely invented, surreal shit that they get afraid of. It's like, oh, well, I imagined a scary future, and then that scary future I imagined has scared me so much that we have to take action. Literally. Iran developing a nuclear weapon capable of wiping out the United States. You just invented that reality. It's just you invented it, and now you're scared of your own invention. Children are being transgendered. It's not the case. Again, you made that up. Not the case at all. It's not a real thing. Oh, they're making the kids gay. That's not how this works. Cuba is going to invade the United States of America, or rather, has already ideologically invaded the United States of America by way of DSA, Karen Bass, and Hassan Piker. That's psychotic. Someone said, what? That's literally a thing that the State Department said. It's a thing that the State Department claimed. And I just don't understand. Like, there are enough real problems in the United States of America. But these guys constantly make up new shit to get mad at. Your thirst vid's doing numbers today? What is this?
All right. Shirtless Hasan in the cold plunge segment.
This is the first you know what's crazy?
On stream. Let's get some W's.
I thought I looked so fat here. Like I was so in my mind I thought I looked so fat here, but I looked so brolic. I don't look like this anymore.
Go to your shoulders.
What?
Go to your shoulders.
Okay. Oh, it's cold. 56 is cold.
Yeah, no.
You weren't lying.
Yo, it's cold. It makes your shit shrivel up.
Oh.
I literally thought I don't look like this anymore. I'll admit, but I thought I looked so fat here. In my mind, I was like, I look so fat. I look the fattest anyone's ever looked.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Let's go. Oh. Yeah.
Oh,
full body,
down.
Full body.
I'm going.
Now he's heated. Oh, he's heated. There we go. There we go. You might as well dip the head in there.
Wait, you didn't do that. Oh, it's cold as fuck.
Let's go.
2 minutes.
Let's go.
So you're fat now? Less fat?
Cold.
Yeah.
What'd you eat today?
Chicken.
Just chicken, huh?
What is it? Chicken.
What does it sound like, chat?
No rice.
Everyone close their eyes right now.
A little bit of chicken.
You're fucked.
Salad. Bro, why is this shit getting colder?
No, it's not. It's good.
It feels like it.
Your eyes, bro. What the hell are you doing?
It feels like it is. It feels like it's getting colder. Oh.
Yo, stop. You're so weird, bro.
When do I get out?
No, keep going.
Like
45 seconds.
Oh, fuck me. Holy fuck. Wim Hof style.
Bro. You're fucking trolling. It's so funny. It's cold. Hands in there. Hands in.
This is how I triangulate. This is always at home.
Let's say close your eyes.
Bro, stop making me laugh. Oh.
Were you ever gonna stream with Bradley again?
Okay.
No. No, I'm kidding. Maybe. I don't know. Why are you moaning? It's an ice bath, Chad. Yeah, look at that side profile, dude. That's crazy. Your boy was fucking shredded. Your boy was fucking peeled. Okay? I was. I don't look like that no more. How is Bradley feeling about Trump now? Not great. I'm pretty sure he hates Trump.
It's cold. Bradley, can I get a shirt too?
Like an armadillo.
Oh. Dude, look, I have fucking goosebumps. There it is. I think the bigger thing that I did today wasn't the cold plunge. It's the fact that I took my shirt off on my own stream on camera. This is the first time I've done that.
You don't like doing that?
I never.
Now you just sit at home with your Dr. Peppers and you chut out on Twitter. True. You got a thick butt, not gonna lie. You got severe body dysmorphia, my guy. Is always both sad and funny. Bro, you guys don't understand how like this was my peak. I was in peak physical tip-top shape. And in my mind, I was like, I'm obese. Like I thought this was a huge deal for me. I was like, I'm taking my shirt off. I thought I was like morbidly obese here. Like this was a moment of great courage for me. You understand? Meanwhile, it's just because of this, like a little bit of fat here, a little bit of Scott Hannity's wife is watching. Be careful. Take it off right now. Fuck no. This is my mea culpa. Always worse. What is this?
This has gotten ridiculous. They're hating.
Oh, God. Rabbi Shmuley. Every news headline now is like, blueberries would kill you. Measles is back. Gas costs $6. Gwyneth Paltrow was selling AI drone technology. You're being watched. $3 billion more to Israel. Like, I don't know. Did we do it? Did we make America great again? I did all of that, by the way. I am responsible for all of those things, just so you guys remember.
That was the Obama deal that was such a disaster that he made years ago. Had I not terminated that deal, Iran would have a nuclear weapon. And they would have used it very quickly. They would have wiped out Israel. They would have wiped out the Middle East. And you saw that because when this thing started, surprisingly to everybody, they started shooting missiles at sort of semi-neutral countries. They were going after Saudi Arabia, Qatar. They were going after UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, and nobody really knew they were so involved. And they started hitting everybody. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on everybody. And look, there would be no Israel if there was not a Donald Trump president.
I think there'd be no Saudi Arabia either.
Right now, I believe the Middle East would have been entirely wiped out, but Israel definitely would have been wiped out. There's no question. They tell me that there would be no Israel if there was no Donald Trump.
You know, what surprised me was how did they end up with 1,000 pounds of 60% enriched uranium when allegedly, whether it was under Biden, whether
Yeah, you're talking to the guy on the phone. You literally worked with him. You worked with him at the time. That's how Iran got the 60%. God, again, you know how we said like 99% of conservative grievances are just like made up? Is like shit that they invented and then got scared of their own invention? This is the other side of the equation where they always talk about like real problems they caused and then go, how did that happen? I don't know, man. You were there. You literally were there when it happened. You were fucking in the room, brother. God, he wants that pardon so bad. He wants that pardon so goddamn bad, it's crazy.
There's under Obama, whether it was under every president. But how did they end up with literally 1,000 pounds of nuclear grade, well, or soon to be made nuclear grade enriched uranium?
So when we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which was an amazing attack, deep into the night with no moon, with no light, no nothing, and every bomb hit its mark and wiped their whole nuclear thing out. And it was, in fact, obliterated. But when we did that, people had no idea what to expect. No idea. You know, you're going in there, you're going into a very, very dangerous place with these incredible machines. And the job they did, the job those machines and those pilots did was really amazing. But Obama allowed that to happen. Biden allowed that to happen. Other presidents allowed that to happen. This should have been done. This has been going on for 50 years. And this should have been, you know, it's been 47, but we talk about it for 3 or 4 years. It's actually, the number is 51 years. But we say 47 because that seems to be the standard number that everyone uses. But this was going on for 51 years now. And it should have been taken care of by other presidents or other countries.
It's kind of funny that this interview is the exact same interview that he has conducted a million times over But obviously its significance for Michael Cohen is vast, because this is his only way of receiving a pardon. I guess like in his shoes, you'd do the same thing. I don't know. There are Laura Loomers everywhere for eyes to see. How do multiple people look like this? Wait, what the fuck? Dude, what is up with MAGA, bro? Why do they look like that? It's just so strange. What is happening? They all look like Laura Loomer variants. Is this Laura Loomer? that's Larry Loomer. Ban plastic surgery? I just don't know why this happens. All right, let's move on to Natalie Harp.
Look into the...
We got to do the Natalie Harp thing again, because it's not just lip slop, but I'm also invested, because she is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. What is this? Florida drama? Stop gaslighting me. Florida Democrat Senate nominee and party chair of heated call over socialism. Oh my God, whatever.
Contents of private
I stand Angie Nixon. I stand with her.
communications between President Trump and one of his closest aides, now raising questions about the potential national...
Oh yeah, I already posted this as my blast off meme, but here's Natalie Harp running after Trump's golf cart in 2023. She also sent she writes letters to Trump. She writes letters to Trump. We're going to see one of those insane letters, okay? She writes like these long-ass letters to Trump, and she's like, you are my light. You are my everything. You're my alpha. You're my omega. She's smiling as she's chasing after this fucking golf cart, by the way. And what's wild to me is she wrote a letter after this as well. She said, I'm so sorry I embarrassed you by running after the golf cart. It's like, girl, get on a golf cart. Why are you chasing him? It's so crazy.
Security ramifications. Letters published in full for the first time by the Daily Beast show staffer Natalie Harp writing to the president in 2023, and I'm quoting now, "You are all that matters to me," end quote. And also this, "I don't want to ever let you down," end quote. She also reportedly tells President she is, quote, unworthy of him. CNN has not independently confirmed that Harp wrote or sent the letters to the president, but the contents are prompting concerns about the broader implications of the very close relationship between Harp and the president, viewed by some in the White House as a gatekeeper of President Trump and the most powerful man in the world. Let's go live right now to CNN White House correspondent Elena Treen. She's working the story for us. What more can you tell us, Elena, about these letters and how the Trump administration is responding?
Yeah, look, Wolf, I mean, we've heard some details of some of these, experts that have been reported by the New York Times and other outlets. But I think what's interesting about these is that we are seeing them in full for the first time. I should note they are from 2023. And they're, of course, very personal. I will read you some more of the excerpts from these letters that were published by the Daily Beast. One of them reads, quote, "I didn't have to be human printer. I could take time to enjoy good conversation and still get all my work done at the end of the day. In fact, I even had time to take long morning and evening walks to enjoy each sunrise and sunset, though I did forget to eat and sleep." Another reads, "Please, when I fail, will you tell me? You have the absolute right to cuss me out if need be, when I deserve it, because no..."
Oh my God, bro. Okay. Am I crazy, or does she actually want to fuck him? Like, I know that Trump doesn't have sex, but like, actually, I don't even... Like, she is like, you are my everything. I think she straight up thinks Trump is like hot as well as everything else. Like, this might be this might straight up be like the most cultish I've ever seen someone behave around Trump.
No one knows or cares about me more. To modify a classic, it goes on to say, I could not have parted with you to anyone less worthy. And I will add, it is I who is unworthy. So clearly, very personal in these letters. And I think what's important, some important context to note here, Wolf, is just how deep the connection between Natalie Harp and the president is. I'd remind our viewers that she has credited the president with saving her life. She has said in the past that she had suffered from bone cancer and that she believes that it was the president's 2018 legislation that he had signed that she credits with allowing her to receive experimental treatments. We don't know what those treatments are. She has never said what they are, but I think that gives you some insight into why she feels such total loyalty toward the president. Now, I will say the White House said in a statement earlier this week, this is from their spokesman, Davis Ingle, he said, quote, that Natalie Harp is, quote, one of the most loyal and hardest working aides on President Trump's team. I should note that was from Tuesday. We have reached out to the White House again for additional comment on these letters being published in full. But again, a very important, I think, relationship that we're really seeing come to light more so this week, ever since Senator John Ossoff, a Democrat, had made comments about Harp and how she travels with the president often. That spurred a lot of reaction from the White House. Some, again.
I just don't understand how, like, I mean, I guess it goes to show this shows how narcissistic Trump is as well, because, like, I feel like anyone with any fraction of power, or just like anyone in general, even like a bank teller, if they had a subordinate behave this way towards them, they'd be like, this is too much. Please get the fuck away from me. You're psychotic. Like, this is beyond sycophantic. This is an expression of cult-like admiration. I feel like it's in your best interest to stay the fuck away from people like this. I don't
this White
get
House
it.
statement pointing out how loyal and hardworking she is. Some of them, though, were far more aggressive and sharp in their defense of Harp. And one thing I've actually picked up, Wolf, in some of my conversations with people here at the White House this week is that some of those more aggressive posts defending Harp actually had the adverse effect of drawing more attention to this relationship and dragging the story out, I think, into the public view.
Yeah, I mean, this literally became a major incident because of the John Ossoff moment. Because, like, I had read a little bit about Natalie Harp. There was, like, some revelations about her being kind of weird. I remember, because she is, like, somewhat eye-catching, because she's always, like, creepily smiling behind every... Because I remember watching that human printer video from when they're live reacting to Kamala Harris. And, like, I remember her always being in the background. Like, she wasn't like an unknown entity, but the John Ossoff moment absolutely blew the shit up because of the insane reaction to it, where everyone's like, whoa, hold on, how dare you say she's a psychopath? This wouldn't have come to light if Ossoff hadn't brought it up, and it is in fact, a matter of public concern when the cognitive declining president of the most powerful country on earth is constantly followed around by someone who is like a political Scientologist and has made it their sole purpose to affirm and cocoon the president in his delusions. Also, the most damaging leaks are now coming from the White House. What you see is Trump's people on the inside taking this opportunity to attack Natalie Harp. He's right. Pedro Gonzalez is right. Like, the only reason why we're getting this level of insight into Natalie Harp's madness is because other people in Trump's orbit are sick and tired of her shit. It's clear that they're like, oh, finally.
In a bigger way. And so I think...
Anything else on her brother? Yeah, he's a Sandinista.
For now, they've kind of tried to move away from that. And I think likely we're going to continue to see kind of this one statement that's been circulating be the word from the White House for now.
All right, Elena Trine reporting for us. Elena, thank you very, very much. Pamela.
All right, joining us now in the Situation Room is Maggie Haberman. She's a White House correspondent for the New York Times and the co-author of the best-selling book, Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump with Jonathan Swan. Maggie, it's so great to have you on the show. Regime Change introduced us to NATALIE HARP. For a lot of people, it was the very first time they learned about her. So remind our viewers about her power in President Trump's White House and what the details from these letters demonstrate to you.
So one of the things that Jonathan and I reported in the book was, yes, NATALIE HARP, it was so devotional to him that, you know, she would write these letters. We had looked at the letters, we'd obtained them, they had and reviewed them. These were in 2023, as Elena said, but she was going into the White House with him, and he would tell people in the 4 years out of power, 3 some odd that she worked for him, that, you know, she was the only person among his staff who loved him as much as his wife and children. And he would say, you know, all of the rest of you will go off and make money. She will never leave me. And so that tells you about how much he values loyalty. It tells you how much that he values somebody who, you know, he will be a constant supplier of good news. There is a reason that the human printer nickname that she refers to in her own letter that Elena just read, that was coined by...
Oh my God, we're so back to resistance liberalism. One moment of lip slop and Jay Mershon is already linking me fucking Seth Abramson posts, dude. Feed note at approximately 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Some of y'all are too young. It's very clear that you weren't here during resistance liberalism in 2016 because I would clown on Seth Abramson all the time. He is like a classic character from resistance liberalism from the first Trump term. Oh my God. We did one fucking lip slop story and Jay Mershon is like, dude, look at this. Yeah, Jeff Tiedrick. Where's Jeff Tiedrick? There were a couple of these guys. Oh my God. Is Rachel Maddow back too? This will be a very hard report to read, so it comes with a warning. If you're in anything like an emotionally fragile state, please do not read it. Yeah, Russia Gators are back, baby. Fucking love these guys.
People working for the president, because NATALIE HARP has been a controversial figure inside his world for a while. And I understand the White House is upset now about focus on her, but, you know, this is coming in part because of people around the president have been concerned, including the Secret Service during those 4 years out of office. But she does fill a role that he wants. She handles a lot of his social media. She is a channel by which outsiders can bypass existing systems to get to him, and vice versa, where he can reach out to other people. That does include, in some cases, foreign leaders. That's the role she serves.
Our colleague, Aaron Burnett, interviewed NATALIE HARP's estranged brother earlier this week and asked for...
I just feel like she's so insane that she does not have any capability of manipulating Trump. I guess she could filter, and probably does filter, what information Trump sees. But, like, I think it's a relationship where, like, she is the abuse victim and not Trump. You know what I mean? But even though Trump is obviously the one experiencing cognitive decline, so who knows?
His view of some of your reporting for regime
Anyway, on that
change.
note,
Listen
I gotta
to this.
go. Right?
What do you think it is?
On that note, I have to leave you guys early today because I have the show. I have to go and do a live show in San Francisco, tour.fearend.com. And I will not be live tomorrow because we have to shoot the podcast. So I will be back on Sunday from Portland, from Austin's domicile. I know it's only 4 p.m., but my show is starting. I have to go film the fucking... what time is it? Is it at 7? Yeah, but we have to be there early. We have to do a run-through. We have to be there early. But in any case... Wait, Megaphonics is not even there? What the fuck? I'm in your hood, Megaphonics, and you're not even showing up? What the fuck? Am I washed? It's over. Can we watch the show online anywhere? No. It will not be recorded. It will not be taped. It's a secret. I have a personal training session. Bitch, you literally aren't showing up because you have a personal training session? That's insane. Oh my God, you are dead to me, motherfucker. I am taking away your top chatter status. I'm taking away your VIP right now. I just un-VIP'd you. That's crazy. On a Friday afternoon, I've revoked it. Yep, it's gone. See? Yeah. Yeah, you can't even spam it now, can you? Yeah. Yeah, Megaphonics lost his VIP on this day, 8/21. A day that will be remembered permanently. Unbelievable. For a personal training session you could have fucking done at any other time? That's crazy. Yeah, you deserve that. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Or Sunday. All right, bye-bye.
Starting rope by introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loss, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. All these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions